They say it's coming any day, and we're all gone the other way. Gonna live as long as I'm alive. I said I'm gonna live as long as I'm alive. Rush of blood to my head. I took a picture for these memories. I remembered what you said when you said you wouldn't let go of me. I don't wanna put you down this time and forget about everything and what we found. I don't wanna lose it all this time. In that photograph of us, it seemed like you were finding love to be. Closer to you than you thought, until you thought too much and let go of me. I don't wanna put you down this time and forget about everything and what we found. I don't wanna lose it all this time and forget about everything. I don't wanna lose you, baby. Don't you know, girl, what you mean to me? Pull apart my ribs and plant your heart inside my chest. I'll do the rest. Show you what it means to believe. Feel it in your heart, it'll burn like the sun, and you'll see me. If I don't have love, then what will I be? If I'm not your love, then what will I be?
We are going to start day 2 of our 2025 Young Ranchman's All Breeds Livestock Show. We're 3 minutes away from Pee Wee showmanship. 3 minutes away from starting Pee Wee showmanship. I think you're a little old, Ashton. So, Pee Wees, make your way to the Marshall area. We're going to start here in just a couple minutes. Get your game face on.
Oh, honey, you got caught. You probably think I followed you. Oh, went through your calls. Nothing. And forget about every what we found. I don't wanna put you down this time and forget about everything.
Well, good morning, folks. We are going to start our Young Ranchman's 2025 All Breeds Livestock Show. We're doing a little different this year. Every kid is in showmanship. And so we are going to start with our Pee Wee showmanship. And first in no particular order, in our Pee Wee showmanship will be... Where am I at here? There. Pee Wee showmanship, sponsored by Ivy Livestock. 407, Vance Hallborg. 410, Sterling Anderson. 413, Scarlett Smythe. 415, Rio Mackey. 419, Rayleigh Whitney. And rounding out the class, 423, Fowler Hertz. Again, Pee Wee showmanship, it's sponsored by Ivy Livestock. If you're looking for some of the best honey south of Saskatoon, we'll say, because there's some good stuff up by me. South of Saskatoon, go see Mr. Hertz. He's got honey set up. I'm not sure where he's sitting today, but he has a table set up selling some honey. If you're looking for a show program for the day, there's a bunch on the bench right at the side of the show ring, and then there's some behind us at under the tent. There's a show program, so if anybody's missing a show program, there's some back behind me and some on the bench over on the side of the ring. Our showmanship judge today, which he did a fantastic job last night doing our heifer jackpot and our steer jackpot, is John Hogberg from Landsberg, Saskatchewan. He grew up in the seed stock industry his whole life while being a fourth-generation farmer involved in the Hereford and Black Angus breeds. He and his parents own and operate Bar H Land and Cattle. They have an annual bull sale each spring and market their program by exhibiting livestock at major shows across Canada and the United States. John grew up being involved in Saskatchewan 4-H. He attended Butler Community College in El Dorado, Kansas, where he obtained his associate's degree in animal science and was a member of the livestock judging team. The team was recognized as national champions and the team of the year in 2020-2021. John then went on to attend Oklahoma State University in Stillwater, Oklahoma, where he received his bachelor's degree in animal science with a business option. While going to school in the United States, John worked for some of the top show cattle operations throughout the country. Let's give a big round of applause for John for coming down and judging our show today.
raised up a family and they raised up the wood. They built their first cottage and it held like it should. Well, Johnny told the pretty girl, darling, I love you so. She looked back at Johnny and said, Johnny boy, I know, I know. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun till it's done. You're the one. Johnny went out one day with a shotgun by his side. His family, they did trust him to keep him all alive. He stumbled upon a black bear who knocked down his gun. Johnny couldn't reach it, so he fixed up to run. The bear caught up to Johnny and knocked him to the ground. Johnny thought it was a little girl, Lord, he beat that bear down. The moral of the story, if there's a woman by your side, there's nothing that a man won't do just to stay alive, stay alive. And we all shine a light, little darling. All want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun till it's done. You're the one. It was the first time you felt just a little bit of something, baby, and I fell, believing I'd fly. I found a reason to give you just enough of what you wanted, baby, to find you weren't willing to try. Made your heart, it wanders, looking for a reason to find yourself with something left you could try. If I placed what I have in your heart, believing be enough, would you pull me closer to your side? It was the first time you felt just a little bit of something, baby, and I fell, believing I'd fly.
First split, Pee Wee Showman. Judge told me he is just going to talk to all the individuals and not talk to classes because it'll give some advice to the next few classes. So at the very end, he'll be talking on the mic what he's seen and what kids could do and on and on. So advancing to for our champion Pee Wee Showman is entry number 410, Sterling Anderson, and entry number 413, Scarlett Smythe. Congratulations to all our other Pee Wee Showmen. I can honestly say that this might be the smoothest first class of Pee Wee Showmen that I've seen in years. These cattle were well behaved. These kids did a heck of a nice job. Good job, Pee Wees. Split number 2 sponsor is Iron Plains Egg. We have 3 splits of Pee Wee showmanship for today. So the 2 that advanced out of split 1, don't go too far. It won't be long and you'll be back in the ring. All right, in split number 2, first in the ring, entry number 405, Briggs Blanchette. Next in, entry number 408, Harper Wilgenbush. Following her, entry number 411, Kiefer Morrison. Next up, entry number 414, Toby Grant. .417, Ember Redekop. .422, Nash Bauhay. And rounding out split number 2 is entry number 424, Jace Martinson. That's our split number 2 class. For all parents and grandparents, our photographer for the weekend is Golden Thread Sarah Hassan, which is sponsored by Trow Nutrition. So go to Sarah's website and Facebook, I'm guessing probably tomorrow or in the next couple days, and she will have all the candidates and all the backdrop photos posted. So go support them. Trow Nutrition has sponsored this, and go get some of them really good candid shots of these great juniors. Again, class number 2 is sponsored by Iron Plains Ag. Ring help today. We've got a couple new people running in the ring, which are, of course, Jade Sibbald. She worked her butt off all last night or yesterday afternoon. And we have Taylor Mackey and Ty Swan. Thanks to them 3 for helping out in the ring today to keep everybody rolling. One thing I forgot to announce, folks, if out of split 1, after the showmanship, after you're out of your class, go to the show office, the Pioneer Co-op General Store, to receive your prize. Every Pee Wee showman, head over there and receive your prize. So if you were in the first split, sneak over there and grab your prize. After you guys take your heifers back, you can go over and get your prize.
Take me over to the north side so I can find my way. Lord knows I've walked the South Streets, I've wasted hearts and days. So take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. Take me down to shining waters, to towns of grit and pride. Let me check my own soul, I've nowhere left to hide. And take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg.
Advancing out of split number 2. Entry number 405, Briggs Blanchett. Also advancing to our champion showmanship is entry number 408, Harper Wilgenbush. Congratulations to all our Pee-wees. Don't forget, Pee-wee members, go over to the co-op, the Pioneer Co-op General Store, which is the show office, to receive your Pee-wee prize for showmanship. Don't forget that, please. Again, this class was sponsored by Iron Plains Ag. Moving into split number 3 in our final split of Pee-wee showmanship, sponsored by Boundary Ranch. No problem. We got it rented all day. We're good. We're good. We'll just thank a few sponsors while we're waiting for a couple calf swaps here for some juniors. Our major sponsors on the day are EBT, Chartered Professional Accountants, Reed Ranching, the Reed family from Hafford, Montgomery and Son Sales Limited, North American Helium. Of course, a major committee sponsor, or a sponsor and a committee members is Breed Creek Ranch, the Smith family, Bullseye, Sask Lotteries, Bow Valley Genetics, Syngenta, Box W Land and Cattle Company, Trow Nutrition, MNP. Looks like we're ready for split number 3, our final split of Pee-wee showmanship, sponsored by Boundary Ranch. First in, entry number 406, Paisley Barron. 409, Jessa Whitney.
Honey, what you doing to me, my love? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on and
412, Corbin Martinson. 415, Flynn Davidson. 418, Elida Morrison. 421, Sloan Hertz. And rounding out our class, entry number 425, Crew Wilgenbush. This is our final split of Pee-wee showmanship, sponsored by Boundary Ranch.
Honey, what you do with your long dark to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Honey, what you doing with your 200 IQ? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Tell me about your trouble and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me about your worries and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me why you laugh and why you cry. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time.
Split will come back in for our champion Pee Wee showmanship. Again, Pee Wee members, once you get your heifer or your bull calf back to the stall, come up to the show office, which is the co-op building, and collect your prize. And advancing out of our split number 3 Pee Wee showmanship is entry number 406, Paisley Barron, and entry 412, Corbin Martinson. Them two will be returning for our champion Pee Wee Showman, which is going to be immediately following these other ones exiting the ring. Looks like we're ready for our champion Pee Wee Showmanship. Our sponsors in our champion Pee Wee Showmanship are Reed Ranching, Pick 6 Cattle Company, Southwest Animal Health Center, and again, Southwest Animal Health Center for our top 5. All right, in no particular order, out of split number 1, entry number 410, Sterling Anderson. Entry number 413, Scarlett Smythe. Out of split number 2, advancing was entry number 405, Briggs Blanchette. Also out of split 2, entry number 408, Harper Wilgenbush. Out of split number 3, entry number 406, Paisley Barron. And entry number 412, Corbin Martinson. These 6 are vying for our champion Pee Wee Showmanship. If you're in the top 5, to collect your prize money, you got to come sign the thank you card behind the announcer stand in the tent. You sign your thank you card and you'll get your prize money.
Tell me, little darling, what you don't find. Did you ever really think? Did you ever really try to give me all of you to know? Or did you just let go?
A couple of our other sponsors for today are South Country Equipment, and a major sponsor from yesterday was JGL Partners in Agriculture. Along with them is Master Feeds, Showstopper Show Feed, T-Bar C Cattle Company, 3 Dot Holdings, Borson Marketing Service, Sega, Cattleman's Golf, Swift Current, Sask Milk, Southwest Animal Health Center, Innovation Credit Union, and Innovation Wealth, FCC, Duracon Concrete Corp out of Swift, and Bovagen. Thank you to all our major sponsors for the weekend. If you see any of them, shake their hand and thank them. Juniors, split number 1, should be in the marshalling area. Juniors, split number 1 in the marshalling area. We'll pick our top 5. We'll do our quick photos. I'm sure they're going to do candids, headshots in the ring, and then we'll be rolling into our junior showmanship.
On the hill mount.
If you think that you don't know, try to let me go. Tell me, babe, is this real? Or do I want what you don't feel?
I'd say all these Pee Wee exhibitors deserve a big round of applause. Just the quality has been outstanding here this morning to get this last day of Young Ranchman started. We got 6 fantastic showmen out here, and I mean, you go up and down the line and you hear all the ages of these kids, and I don't even think I started showing until I was older than the oldest one in here. And I mean, they're just all lights out and they're doing a fantastic job, and I couldn't be prouder of all those Pee-wees that come through the ring. Not only the ones that are out here, but the ones that didn't make it back. That doesn't take away from the quality and the potential that they have on down the road, and I think we're in safe hands for sure in this industry if these young kids keep at it and they work at it hard. And it's just really, really exciting to see. I kind of have my mind made up of what I'm going to do, and it's no easy task because all these kids, like I couldn't say it anymore. They're just doing an awesome job, and I couldn't be prouder. But I'll go out and show you a top 5 for this Pee Wee Showmanship division. So let's give them one more round of applause. Thank you.
Our champion Pee Wee Showmanship, sponsored by Reed Ranching, is entry number 406, Paisley Barron. And then out of split number 2, entry number 408, Harper Wilgenbush, sponsored by Pick 6. We're going all the way up to split number 1 for 3rd overall. Entry number 410, Sterling Anderson. Oh, out of split number 2, entry number 405, Briggs Blanchette. And rounding out our top 6 is entry number 413, Scarlett Smythe. Again, our champion sponsor was sponsored by Reed Ranching. Reserve was by Pick 6 Cattle Company. 3rd overall, 4th, and 5th overall were sponsored by Southwest Animal Health Center. Juniors, after you get your picture taken with your banners, we need you to come to the tent behind the announcer stand to sign your thank you card and get your prize money. Our photographer on the day, parents, that when you would like to grab these great photos, is Golden Thread, Sarah Hassan, and that major sponsor for our photography was Trow Nutrition. So head to her Facebook page and website, and them photos will be up. To our junior showmanship, split number 1. First in the ring, entry number 403, Owen Raymond. Next in, 399, Cooper Smythe. Following him, entry number 395, Chevy Machette. Next in is entry 391. Reese Spence. Next in, 387, Autumn Wilkie. Following her, 384, Crew Garnier. Next in's 379, Vander Dick. And rounding out the class, entry number 375, Maisha Arthur. That will be our split number 1 in our junior showmanship.
Dribble off those Bobby Brooks, let them do.
Every junior member today that is in showmanship, go to the show office, which is the co-op, the Pioneer Co-op General Store, and receive your prize. So every member that's in showmanship will receive one. It's your Young Ranchman's backpack. So if you don't go, I'm going to go get one. I'll take yours if you don't want it. I seen them. They're awfully nice. So juniors, don't forget to head over there and grab your backpack. And again, if you're a winner at any time throughout the day, come out of your class and anything, you have to go to the tent behind the announcer stand and sign your thank you card to collect your prize money. They will not mail out your prize money. They need the thank you card signed. So please don't forget. They really don't like at the end of the day chasing kids around to come sign the thank you cards. So throughout the day, if you come out of your class, just when you're walking by, sneak over there, sign your thank you card, collect your prize money, and then that step is checked off. Clint really likes taking all the extra prize money at the end of the show that kids don't collect. So, oh, again, while we're in our first class here, I just want to thank a few of the committee members that put this show on. It takes a lot of hours of work. and it is one of the best shows we do all year. Callie and Tyson Hertz, Susie and Clint Smith, Lauren and Jim Bust, and Nikki Henderson. Thanks to them. Let's give them a big round of applause. There's a lot of work that goes into this. Thank you. For anybody that just joined us, our judge will select out of the class as many to advance to the champion showmanship as he feels fit. So you never know if he's going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever he decides to take. And advancing out of our first split of junior showmanship is entry number 399, Cooper Smythe, and entry number 375, Maisha Arthur. Congratulations, juniors, for everybody that competed in the first split of junior showmanship. So, juniors, don't forget to sneak over and get your backpacks. Callie's directing everybody which way to head out of the ring. And split number 2 is just lining up. As soon as these exit, we'll have split 2 in. Give me the thumbs up when you're ready, Jordan. Thumbs up. Okay, we can start with our first one to come in. Out of split 2, Thayer Dick. Entry number 402. Entry number 398, Wyatt Grant. Following him, 394, Hayes Redicop. Next in, entry number 390, Brooke Raymond. Following her, entry number 386, Greeley Robertson. Coming in next, entry number 383, Briar Blanchette. Next in is entry number 378, Mesa Bartle. And rounding out the class, entry number 480, Oakley Cheddar.
Should have fallen for a bluebird. At least you know each spring they always return. And I've learned to capture this mixture of shadows and glory, hang them up like pictures on the wall. I stayed laughing through my tears after it all. And tied to your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above once again. To your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above, and I rise above once again.
Advancing out of our split number 2, junior showmanship, is entry number 386, Bob Robertson. Also advancing is entry number 383, Briar Blanchette. Congratulations, junior members. Good job. Again, don't forget to go over to the Pioneer Co-op General Store, which is also the show office, and pick up your backpacks. Moving into split number 3. Our sponsors for junior showmanship: Akula Automotive Limited, Nada Ranch, and 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall, sponsored by Southwest Animal Health Center here in Swift Current. Thank you. Split number 3. First in, entry number 401, Ava Mackey. Following her, entry number 397, Naev Bouchamp. Entry number 393, Blake Fisk. Following her, entry number 389, Austin Allen. Next in, entry 385, Colt Redicop. Following him, entry number 382, Jamie Davidson. Next in, 377, Noah McKenzie. And rounding out the class, entry number 373, Ella Grant. That is our split number 3 of junior showmanship. One of our longtime competitors here at the Young Ranchmans that was kind of a fixture in this place. He's logged in online. His parents are big-time committee members and sponsors. Big shout-out to Eric Smith. He's logged in online down in Kansas, in Hutch, Kansas. So good morning. Can't believe you're up this early, Eric, on a Sunday morning. I see lots of our sponsors are around the show ring watching the show, so if you see them, give them a thank you. Thanks for putting their money forward to help these juniors have a great show here at the Young Ranchman's All Breeds Livestock Show. He must. Advancing out of our split number 3 in our junior showmanship, vying for our champion overall, will be entry number 401, Ava Mackey. Also joining her will be entry number 393, Blake Fisk. Congratulations to all junior members. We are going in to our final split of junior showmanship. So if you are 1-2, or if you come out of your heat, please be up by the show ring. As soon as this is done, we're going to roll right into our champion junior showmanship. First in the ring, in split number 4. Sorry. I didn't realize she was still over there. First in the ring for split number 4, entry number 400, Wyatt Coburn. He told me there's 20 grease nipples on a Wilson 24-foot gooseneck trailer. Entry number 396, Chloe Wagner. Entry number 392, Laura McKenzie. Entry number 388, Avery Greenwood. Entry number 380, Cordell Morrison. Entry number 376, Fallon Shire. Entry 372, Julie Murphy. And rounding out the class is entry number 330, Harley Chubb. That is our final split of junior showmanship.
Couple of burned valves and it had
Advancing out of split number 4, our final split in our junior showmanship is entry number 396, Chloe Wagner. Joining her in the final drive out of split 4 is entry number 380, Cordell Morrison. They'll come out of the ring and spin right back around and come back in for our Grand Champion Junior Showmanship. And again, they will be placing the top 5. So it'll be top 5 overall. We will have 8 participants in our Grand Champion Junior Showmanship Drive. All right. Looks like we're ready to roll. We're good to go, Jordan? Okay. First in, entry number out of split number 1, 399, Cooper Smythe. Following him out of split number 1 is entry number 375, Misha Arthur. Out of split number 2, entry number 386, Greeley Robertson. Also out of split number 2, entry number 383, Briar Blanchette. Out of split number 3, entry number 401, Ava Mackey. And joining her out of split number 3 is entry number 393, Blake Fisk. Out of our final split, out of split number 4, entry number 396, Chloe Wagner. And rounding out split number 4, entry number 380, Cordell Morrison. That is our champion drive for our showmanship, junior showmanship. Sponsored by Akulit Automotive Limited, Nada Ranch, and Southwest Animal Health Center in Swift Current. Thanks to our sponsors, we will pick top 5 and do our headshots. Again, you have to come and sign your thank you card behind the announcer stand in the tent to get your prize money. Juniors, you have to come and sign and get your prize money. And then when you're done, also go over to the show office and grab your backpack.
Boy, if this is how competitive and tough it's going to be in the Pee-wees and the juniors, it ain't going to be easy sledding once we get into these two older age divisions here. Let's just give all these juniors a big, big round of applause and commend them on their efforts. I think from top to bottom, there's so many of these junior kids that when I'm going through showmanship, one of the big thoughts that I have in my mind is who would I be comfortable with giving a halter to at, say, like Agribition or one of them bigger shows later on in the fall to show one of my cattle. And I can tell you with full confidence, all these junior kids standing out here in this ring, I would have no problem giving them one of my animals to lead in the ring at a big fall major show. I think that it's pretty cool that they're doing that, doing it at this level, at this young of an age. So I kind of got my mind made up of what I'm going to do. I'm just so darn proud of all these younger kids out here doing such a great job. So let's show them our appreciation one more time, and I'll show you a top 5. Thank you.
He's going to select his grand champion first and move all the way down. Our grand champion out of split number 2, entry 383, Briar Blanchette. Sponsored by Akulat Automotive Limited. Our reserve grand champion, also out of split number 2, entry number 386, Bob Robertson. Now he's going to pick his 3rd overall. Third overall, out of split number 3, entry number 393, Blake Fisk. 4th overall, out of split number 1, entry number 399, Cooper Smythe. And rounding out our top 5, and out of split number 4, entry number 396, Chloe Wagner. Again, number our top 5 for our junior showmanship. Let's give them a big round of applause. They were sponsored by Akulat Automotive Limited, Nada Ranch, Southwest Animal Health Center, and Swift Current. Thank you, junior showman. Don't forget to come sign your thank you cards behind me and grab your cash, and also stop at the office and get your backpacks. As soon as we're done with our headshots, we're going to move right into our intermediate showmanship. We have a big splits of intermediate showmen. We have 5 in total. Good job, junior showman. We're going to roll into our intermediate showmanship. Ready, Jordan? All right. First in, intermediate showmanship. Entry number 371, Dane Tober. Following him, entry number 429, Bryn Chapman. Next in, entry number 363, Dryden Robertson. Following him, entry number 358, Reese Erdman. Next in is entry number 349, Skylar Schmitz. Entry 381, Hadley Anderson. Entry number 336, Becca Lees. And rounding out the class in intermediate showmanship is entry number 331, Katie Kolonowski. That is our contenders in split number 1.
Story, I forgot that this is a live recording, so now we can't use this song either. But she's going to hear it eventually. So they can just mess it up now if they want. They can do whatever they want.
Now that we're into our intermediate showmanship, our judge is just going to talk to the class after in our champion drive. He's not going to talk to all the kids in their splits. He will talk to the whole when he speaks in the champion drive. So he's just going to go around and select which kids he wants to advance, and then in our champion drive, he will talk about the things that went right and wrong.
Callous hands told the story for this small town southern man. He gave it all to keep it all together and keep his family on his land. Like his daddy, years wore out his body, made it walk and stand. You can break the back, but you can't break the spirit of a small town southern man. And he bowed his head to Jesus, and he stood for Uncle Sam, and he only loved one woman, was always proud of what he had. He said his greatest contribution is the ones he'll leave behind, raised on the ways and gentle kindness of a small town southern man.
So like I said before, our judge for the day, he can take 1, 2, 3, 5 out of each class. And this one, he's decided to have 3 advance. And our 3 advancing to our champion showmanship for intermediates will be entry number 371, Dane Tober. Entry number 336, Becca Lees. And rounding out of split 1, entry number 331, Katie Kolonowski. We will see you 3 here in short order. Moving on to split number 2. Not trying to rush everybody, but we do have a big day here coming up with our confirmation side. Split 2, first in the ring, is entry number 370, Deverick Beauchamp. I'll start that one again. Entry number 370, Deverick Beauchamp. Entry 367, Peyton Allen. 362, Addison Forsyth. 428, the new Medicine Hat, Reed Howell. 348, Mia Mackey. One with little stage fright. 342, Reese Allen. 337, Sage Buchanan. 332, Tyson Porter. And rounding out our class, entry number 329, Shelton Grabler. That is our split number 2 in intermediate showmanship. Thanks to our ring help, we got the great Tyson Hertz, and even the better Callie Hertz, and the best Jade Sibbald. For everybody that just joined us, our judge for the day, he judged the Jackpot Heifer and Steer Show last night and doing the showmanship today, is John Hoegberg. Was born and raised in Langeberg, Saskatchewan. He grew up in the seed stock industry his whole life, being a 4th-generation farmer involved in the Hereford and Black Angus breeds. He and his parents own and operate Bar H Land and Cattle. They have an annual bull sale each spring and market their program by exhibiting livestock at major shows across Canada and the U.S. John grew up being involved in Saskatchewan 4-H. He attended Butler Community College in El Dorado, Kansas, where he obtained an associate's degree in animal science and was a member of the livestock judging team. The team was recognized as national champions in 2020-2021. John then went on to attend Oklahoma State University in Stillwater, Oklahoma, where he received his bachelor's degree in animal science with a business option. While going to school in the States, John worked for some of the top show cattle operations throughout the country as well. And I'm sure John is an OSU Cowboys fan. Shooting them right now. Tyson, who's going to beat him this year? Oh, they hardly, no, No. I don't know if anybody follows college football, but our daughter goes to school at UND. It is a small Div 1 school. So these big Div 1 schools pay the small Div 1 schools to come and pretty much run up the score to help them in their rankings. So K-State, for all the K-State alum that are around here, I think there's a few, paid UND to go down and play them yesterday. With 37 seconds left, they went ahead to beat them 38-34. That is might as well be an upset of the century right there. Anyway, UND, Hawks, all the way. Split number 2, that was a tough split. Advancing out of split 2. In catalog order is entry number 428, Reed Howell. Entry number 348, Mia Mackey. And also joining them in the champion drive is entry number 337, Sage Buchanan. Again, intermediates, don't forget to go grab your backpacks at the show office. Coming in for split number 3. First in, entry number 369, Grady Granum. 366, Cale McKenzie. 361, Laramie Greenwood. 357, Tyrell Carlson. 352, Chloe Dare. 347, Kaylin Bartle. 338, Lexi Coburn. 333, Addison Henschel. And rounding out the class, entry number 328, Hayden Claremont. That is split number 3 of intermediate showmanship.
church and bells ringing out forgiveness. Stories that they tell. The mighty Father went down and wished him well in the morning. Ain't that the way that it goes sometimes? Just when you save a little piece of your mind, it got you drinking supernatural wine. Well, I read it in the magazine, read it in the Times. Everyone was tangled up, someone else's fight. Oh, the mighty Father went down and draw the line in the morning. And I used to have a brother, well, a dreamer just like me. Guess we never really fall too far from a tree. Oh, he's got forgiveness and a house for all to see outside the city. Ain't that the way that it goes sometimes? Just when you save a little piece of your mind, it got you drinking supernatural wine. Supernatural is a feeling, it can save you in the night. Supernatural if you're feeling, you know I couldn't even fight.
Again, I'd like to thank our ring help, our politician picker, Tyson Hertz, Ty Schwan, Jade's out there somewhere, Sibbald, and again, our photographer for the weekend from Golden Thread, Sarah Hassan. That is sponsored by Trow Nutrition. So go to her Facebook page, and these candid photos and backdrop photos will be up on there for you guys to view. Again, that's thanks to Trow Nutrition.
Just when you save a little piece of your mind, it got you drinking supernatural wine. Don't give me no, don't give me no, don't give me no supernatural wine. Don't give me no, don't give me no, don't give me no supernatural wine. Don't give me no, don't give me no, don't give me no supernatural wine. I'm headed for
We have our three intermediates coming back for champion drive. In no particular order, 361, Laramie Greenwood. 352, Chloe Dare. And 347, Kaylin Bartle. Two more. That is split number 3. Moving in to split number 4. Again, intermediates that just left the ring, don't be shy. Go stop off at the show office at Pioneer Co-op building and pick up your backpack. Split number 4. First in. Entry number 368, Colt Needham. Next in, 365, Bennett Blanchett. 360, Kirk Rutten. 356, Braden Flaidland. 351, Cameron Davidson. 346, Paisley Wolkowski. 345, Kendra Heinsberg. 339, Paisley Robertson. 334, Cassie Chubb. And rounding out the class, entry number 327, Ryan Finkel. That is split number 4 of intermediate showmanship. We have one more split after this. If anybody is needing a show program for the confirmation side of this or for the rest of the showmanship, they're on the bench right beside the show ring if you're looking for some more show books. So if you need a show book, they're over here on the bench. Tyson, that's green grass. Have you ever seen that before? It's been a while. Few of our major sponsors on the weekend: Breed Creek Ranch, Bullseye, Sask Lotteries, Bow Valley Genetics, Syngenta, Box W Land and Cattle Company, Trow Nutrition, and MNP. If you see any of them, please thank them. We have Showstopper Show Feed by Master Feeds as a sponsor, T-Bar C Cattle Company, 3 Dot Holdings Limited, Borison Marketing Service, Sega, Cattleman's Golf Swift Current, and Sask Milk, along with Southwest Animal Health Center, Innovation Credit Union, FCC, Duracon Concrete Corp, and Bovagen. And our major sponsors are JGL Partners in Agriculture and South Country Equipment out of Moose Jaw. Thanks to all them major sponsors for putting this show on. 4, we have entry number 345, Kendra Heinsberg. And also advancing out of split number 4 is entry number 339, Paisley Robertson. They will be coming back here right shortly, right after the next split for our champion intermediate showmanship. We're ready, boys? Split number 5, our final split in intermediate showmanship, is entry number 427, Declan Alum. 364, Cole Hewitt. 359, Kate Heinsberg. 355, Addison Barnett. 350, Gibson Granum. 344, Layla Forsyth. 340, Olivia Peterson. And 335, went to college with this kid's dad, Caden Lishka. Right on. And advancing to our champion drive out of our final split, out of split number 5, we have entry number 427, Declan Alum. And also entry number 355, Addison Barnett. Them two will be turning around and coming right back in for our champion drive in our intermediate showmanship. We'll just let them get into place here and let the split 5 leave the ring. And we'll bring in our split winners. Sure hope Corey Lees isn't giving any of the kids advice, because that wouldn't be very advantageous to their success. First in, intermediate showmanship. Out of split number 1, we have entry number 371, Dane Tober. Next in, entry number 336, Becca Lees. And out of split number 1, entry 331, Katie Kolonowski. Out of split number 2, we have entry number 428, Reed Howell. Entry number 348, Maya Mackey. 337, Sage Buchanan. Them 3 were out of split 2. Now coming in out of split number 3. Entry 361, Laramie Greenwood. 352, Chloe Dare. And 347, Kaylin Bardo. That's out of split 3. Out of split number 4, we have entry number 345, Kendra Heinsberg. And entry number 339, Paisley Robertson. Them 2 are out of split 4. Now we have our split 5 contenders. Entry number 427, Declan Alum. And rounding out our champion drive in our intermediate showmanship is entry number 355, Addison Barnett. They will be vying for our top 5 spots in our intermediate showmanship. Sponsorship, sponsored by our champion intermediate showman, is Burnett Livestock, or Burnett Angus. Reserve intermediate showman, Brooking Angus Ranch. And 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall, same as in our junior and peewee, sponsored by Southwest Animal Health Center in Swift Current. Thank you guys so much.
You ever got that penthouse?
Let's give these intermediate exhibitors a big round of applause. It hasn't been easy, that's for sure. There's a reason I didn't go and talk each one individually in their showmanship heats, and I feel like once we take that leap into these older age groups, I mean, we had a seminar yesterday and we went over some stuff, and the kids were very, very into it and interactive in terms of questions and being curious and picking our brains and with Tyson and I yesterday. So I feel like once you get to this kind of age level, shouldn't have to be able to go up and down and talk to them all individually. They should be able to figure it out on their own at that point in terms of just responsibility and what they know they need to be able to do to further themselves to be competitive and stand higher up in these placings when it comes down to showmanship. But I mean, and it's such a subjective thing. I mean, these classes were so stout in terms of quality and potential and talent from top to bottom. And just because that you didn't make it out here, that shouldn't really leave you walking out of the ring with your head held low. I mean, you should keep your chin up and keep working and grinding at it, because there wasn't a single kid that came through this intermediate division that didn't have potential to be a good showman. They all had it in them, and they just need to work on some little things and iron out some wrinkles and some specifics. But that'll come in time if they're keen on it and they want to learn and they want to keep on rolling. I believe that every single one of those kids can do that, because there is no such thing in this cattle industry as a kid that isn't a hard worker. I mean, this is just a cutthroat industry that requires early mornings and late nights. And I mean, sometimes you won't be able to go out and have fun with your friends on the weekends because you're busy working with your cattle, with your family or your partners or whatever it may be. So I see potential in all of these kids, not just these ones standing out here, but the ones that didn't make it back. So I hope that kids didn't leave here feeling defeated, because it should be a learning experience and a learning curve. And that's what separates all these ag kids and these livestock kids, I feel like, from the kids that live in town or don't grow up on a farm. So let's give these kids a big, big round of applause one more time, and I'll go out and show you the 5 that I like out here. Thank you.
Thanks, Judge. First, he's going to pick his grand champion, then reserve, and then 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. Grand champion, sponsored by Burnett Angus, is out of our first split, Becca Lees, entry number 336. Our reserve out of the same split, entry number 331, Katie Kolonowski, sponsored by Brooking Angus Ranch. Looking for our 3rd overall. Out of our 3rd split, entry number 361, 3rd overall, Laramie Greenwood. Going back, 4th overall, out of our 2nd split, entry number 428, Reed Howell. And rounding out our top 5, out of split number 4, entry number 339, the Laney Wilson fan, Paisley Robertson. Again, Burnett Angus was our grand champion sponsor. Brooking Angus Ranch was our reserve grand champion, and Southwest Animal Health was our 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. Please, if you come out of your splits, you do need to go sign the thank you cards behind the tent, behind the announcer stand to collect your prize money. We're going to roll right into our senior showmanship. The ring helps just giving them instructions of how they want to do it. And here we go. First in, entry number 300, Grady Wolkowski. Following him, entry number 303, Lexi Dietrich. Next in, 306, Court Simpson. Following him, entry number 309, Brendan Lishka. Entry 315, Michael Fair Clausen. 318, Sierra Brand. 323, Rachel Tober. And rounding out split one, entry 325, Lila Hale. That is our first split of senior showmanship. split of advancing out of our senior showmanship. First is entry number 300, Grady Wolkowski. 303, Lexi Dietrich. And 318, Sierra Brand. Them three will be coming back right shortly to vie for our Grand Champion Senior Showmanship. All right, marshals say we're ready. We'll just give just 1 second here for that, our last effort to leave. We're ready, Emma. In split number 2, first in the ring is entry number 301, Emma Lees. Entry number 307, Porter Wolkowski. 310, Jacinthia Goosen. 313, Levi Hildebrand. 316, Owen Moore. 319, Curtis Hewitt. 322, Joran Fry. And rounding out split number 2 is entry number 430, Hunter Reed.
Johnny boy, I know. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles round the sun till it's done. You're the one. Johnny went out one day with a shotgun by his
Looks like we have split number 2 completed. We have 4 returning to our champion drive out of split 2. And just in catalog order, 301, Emma Lees. 307, Porter Wolkowski. 319, Curtis Hewitt. And 322, Joran Fry. Congratulations, seniors. Don't go far. We have 1 split left, split number 3, and then we're on to our senior showmanship grand champion. Looks like we're already ready for them to come in. Entry number 302, Cody Sherlink. 305, Kyla Lees. 308, Summer Arthur. 311, Rebecca Porter. 314, Emerson Gurot. 317, Taylor Reed. 320, yeah. 320, Caitlin Rotten. 324, Reese Morrison. And 326, rounding out split 3, Rowan Shire. That is our final split in our senior showmanship. It looks like our senior showmanship final drive is set. Advancing out of split number 3 is entry number 302, Cody Sherlink. 305, Kyla Lees. 311, Rebecca Porter. And 317, Taylor Reed. They will be coming back and be joined by split 1 and 2 winners. Our Grand Champion buckle is sponsored by Pluis Automotive Group. Reserve buckle sponsored by B&A Petroleum. And 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall sponsor is Southwest Animal Health Center. All right, here it is. Our finals in our showmanship in our senior division. First in, out of split number 1. Entry 300, Grady Wolkowski. Entry 303, Lexi Dietrich. And also out of split number 1 is entry number 318, Sierra Brand. Joining them out of split number 2, entry number 301, Emma Lees. 307, Porter Wolkowski. 319, Curtis Hewitt. And rounding out split number 2 was entry number 322, Joran Fry. Now, advancing out of split number 3, entry number 302, Cody Sherlink. 305, Kyla Lees. 311, 311, Rebecca Porter. And our final entrant in our championship senior showmanship is entry number 317, Taylor Reed. That concludes all our participants vying for Grand Champion Showman, sponsored by Pluis Automotive Group, B&A Petroleum, Southwest Animal Health Center. Again, because can we get a big round of applause for our judge that we've had from yesterday and today, John Hogberg.
No sultry summer nights where the bulldog had her.
this is done, as soon as the pictures are done, we are going to take a 15-minute break before we start our confirmation show of the Young Ranchmans. 15 minutes. So I don't know if anybody can hear me, but it won't be any longer than that. Please don't miss your class. And here's our comments on our final showmanship senior division by our judge, Hochberg.
We are in extremely deep waters, I feel like, but luckily all these senior kids are all pretty good swimmers, I would say. Let's just give them one big round of applause here. I think they definitely deserve it. Before I go out and pick my top 5, I just want to give out a few thank yous to everybody involved here in putting on this fantastic show in Swift Current at Young Ranchman's here. I mean, like I touched on it yesterday a little bit, but this was a show. I came to the very first one, and I think I came to every single one after that until I aged out. It was always a highlight of the end of my summer before I went back to school, and I sure hope that it's a highlight for all these exhibitors that are coming here now for their summer, because the efforts and everything that goes into this behind the curtains and the people that keep the wheels turning, it definitely doesn't go unnoticed, because putting on a show is one thing, but putting on a top-notch show with educational seminars and opportunities and doors for these kids to open up and possibly go down a path that could lead them to success. And no matter what field they're wanting to go to, if it's agriculture or outside of agriculture, I think these are the type of shows that really make an impact on the youth here today, and it's something really special. So I think we should give everybody that's involved in this show a big round of applause as well and recognize them. And just one last thing, I guess. I don't want to get on my soapbox or talk too much, because you guys have probably heard enough from me the last day and a half, but just a real feeling of gratefulness to be able to come back to this show again here and be able to sort through some stuff. And I just sure hope all you kids are grateful as well, not only for being able to come to this show, but I mean, in the grand scheme of things outside of what we're doing here, I mean, your all's mothers chose life, and the Lord put you in this industry for a reason. So I hope you don't forget that, whether you're out here winning or you're back there getting beat. I mean, why not be grateful? It's just hard to put into words the impact that you can allow these animals that you're holding on to, as weird as it is, that you give baths and haircuts and you make them look all pretty. The people on the outside probably think we're all a bunch of weirdos for doing it, but I mean, heck, it's really hard to put into words what this can do for you, and if you let it in your life. So once again, I just thank you, everybody that's come out, and to the exhibitors. The kids have been fantastic. The cattle were amazing last night. So be sure to thank everybody here, and thank the Lord, and thank your parents. And one more round of applause, and I'll show you a very, very strong top 5. Thank you.
And here we go. He's going to pick Grand, Reserve, and then 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. And I'd hate to know how many times this lady has won showmanship, but it'd be tough to count them all. Out of split number 3, entry 317, Taylor Reed is your grand champion, sponsored by Pluis Automotive Group. Our reserve, out of split number 2, entry number 301, Emma Lees is your reserve grand champion, sponsored by B&A Petroleum. 3rd overall. Out of split number 3, entry number 305, Kyla Lees. Out of split number 2, entry number 319, Curtis Hewitt. And rounding out of split number 2 also, out of our top 5, was entry number 322, Joran Fry. Heck of a job, seniors. We'll let you get back to your stall after you get some headshots, give you a couple minutes to get regrouped, to come back in. And our first order of business will in our young ranchmen's is starting with our heifer calves in our commercial division. So heifer calves in our commercial division, in 15 minutes we will start. 15 minutes we will get started.
I just want to give a thank you to Mr. John Hoberg for all of his efforts with our showmanship demonstration yesterday, our jackpots last night, and then our showmanship today. So this is for you. You can look.
I don't know how big of a room Taylor would have to have for the amount of showmanship buckles that she's won over her years, but it'd be a big room, wouldn't it, Mom? Yep. Any of the little farts, don't be afraid to go talk to Taylor. Get some advice from her. She's as good as it gets. Any of these top 5. Hunter, you could use some advice from your sister too. Yes, you could. But any of the top 5. They don't get any better than these top 5. It's splitting hairs like the judge said, so go talk to any of them. Good job, Taylor. And this girl is lightnings ahead of her father in the showmanship division. All the girls, you're right. Like, there's Corey. Like, he's down there at that grass level, and them girls are up on the mountain. Is he not here? Oh, in the ring. And another Lee's that's superior.
Be a millionaire in a week or two. I'd be doing what I love.
Girl, I know your friends think that we're crazy. They just haven't seen love this plainly. When they ask what on earth is going on, just tune your record in and play this song. 'Cause to me our love is like an old-fashioned finest whiskey poured out in our glasses. You are something sweet. Sip you slow, then repeat. You're the habit I thought I could be, but old-fashioned love's got a hold of me. Baby, I don't care, I don't think I'd even mind. Between holding your hand, what I'm feeling, and the bottles of wine. thought I could be, but old-fashioned love's got a hold on me. Old-fashioned love's got a hold on me. Yeah, old-fashioned love. We've had pain and lovers go. We've been around enough to know that what this world really needs is something like you and me. Bitter with a touch of sweet, cold but it goes down with ease. Old-fashioned love is what this world really needs. Old-fashioned love. Old-fashioned love, yeah. 'Cause to me our love is like an old-fashioned. Finding
How's that? Maybe a little more? It's close, I would say. Test, test. How's that sound from the outside?
Folks, to what we've been looking forward to for the last day and a half. It is our Young Ranchman's 2025 All Breeds Livestock Show. The confirmation side of this. This is for all the marbles here right now. First class is our commercials. We'll start with our commercial heifer calves born in 2025. Class 1 sponsor is Ponderosa Egg Sales. We're ready. First in, entry number 368, Phoebe, born May 5th, exhibited by Colt Needham. Next in is entry number 330, Merida, born March 18th, exhibited by Harley Chubb. Following her is entry 334, Cream, born March 17th, exhibited by Cassie Chubb. Next in is entry number 360, Lulu, born March 9th, exhibited by Kirk Rutten. Following her is entry number 369, Sunshine, born February 26th, exhibited by Grady Grenham. Next in is entry 358, Millie, born February 26th, exhibited by Reese Erdman. And rounding out our first class is entry number 306, Lacey, born February 26th, exhibited by Court Simpson. So we have an age break of February 26th to May 5th. In our very first class, we will introduce our judge for the day. It's Riley and Madison LaFrance. Now, I'm not sure, Maddie, are you going to get to talk at all today? We were talking about that earlier, and we were 50-50 if it was going to happen. Riley and Madison LaFrance, and I hope that there's no disputes between husband and wife here, because we know that sometimes that can be a little testy, but I think they'll get along just fine. Riley and Madison work alongside Riley's parents at Wheatland Cattle Company near Beanfate, Saskatchewan. The operation consists of 350 Simmental and Angus cows. They also hold an annual bull sale every March, selling bulls to seed stock and commercial producers. They have shown cattle across North America and have exhibited numerous national champions at Brandon AgX, Farm Fair, International, Canadian Western. Test 1, 2. We're back and running. Back to the bio. Sorry, we had a little power issue there with our speaker system. Riley graduated from K-State University and was a member of the Reserve National Champion Livestock Judging Team. He was also awarded an All-American Livestock Judging Award, which combines academics and judging performance. Since graduation, Riley has returned back home to the family operation and has judged at every major show in Canada and throughout the United States. Madison grew up as the 6th generation on her family's purebred and commercial cattle operation, Compass Ranch. She now has her own graphic design business, Compass Creative, and works with various seed stock producers to promote their programs through catalogs, advertisements, logos, and photography. Riley and Madison are honored to be invited to judge Young Ranchman's 2025 version. And here's Judge Riley with our comments on our first class.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Certainly a privilege and an honor for my wife and I, Maddie, to be here to work with your young people and sort through a great group of cattle here this afternoon. Definitely very excited to make the trip out. We're going to start here in a class of commercial heifer calves. You know, there's a big difference just in terms of age. Actually, right up here on the front end, we go from the oldest heifer, or the second oldest heifer, to the youngest. So there's obviously a size difference. We've got 3 months difference just in age there, but I think they're the two that just surfaced for us. Our class winner, both Maddie and I think, wins quite handily. Just your first image of her, she's big and powerful. She just gives you the image of a brood cow, and on top of that, she remains feminine and attractive. She's good at the ground in terms of her angles, and we just like that body and that performance, and she just looks like the type that you'd want to have a whole pen full to turn out next spring and put to pasture. The Baldy heifer here that comes in second obviously gives up a lot in terms of performance, but we have to recognize that she is 3 months younger. I think in terms of her structure and her body and just her feminine look, that heifer, I have no doubt, is just going to get better and better with time. That young man has done a nice job presenting that female. I think all her parts and pieces are there. She just needs to grow and get older and continue to mature like the rest of these cattle, but I see a lot of future in that heifer there that's in second. A red heifer here that's in third is really stout. You get right in behind her, she's got as much muscle shape and top as any of them. She becomes a little bit rounder off either end through her shoulder and her hip and her hind leg. We'd probably just like to make her a little more feminine there in her muscle pattern, but she is extremely wide and powerful. She does get just a little tighter in through her rib and her flank, but we like the muscle shape and power that we find in her. Red heifer here that comes next on the stand I can tie to. I like her lines. She's long and level. We like her look, both Maddie and I. A little questionable there as we watch her get out and go off her hind legs. She's a little too straight and rigid there. I'm just not convinced that's going to get a whole lot better with time, but we definitely like the image there on the stand, her length and levelness and the look that she possesses. Red heifer here that comes next, really stout and shapely again. We like her rib and her body, so much muscle. Just becomes a little too round. We can see her there as she moves. She wants to get up underneath of herself there just a bit. We'd like to square her up and make her a little neater there through that front end. The white heifer here that comes next, she is a little more refined, and that's where her advantages are over the heifer that's directly in front of her. She just becomes a little too frail for Maddie and I. I'd like to clean her up there at her navel, gets a little plainer there as we study her. A big frame, really long-sided red heifer that concludes the class. We like her frame and her length, like to set her down there in her tail head, fix her there on her hind leg. Really good class. Again, congratulations.
Thanks, LaFrance family. And winning class number 1 is entry number 358, Millie, exhibited by Reese Erdman. Second place, entry number 368, Phoebe, by Colt Needham. Third overall was entry 369, Sunshine, exhibited by Grady Granum. Fourth was 306, Lacey, exhibited by Court Simpson. Fifth was entry 360, Lulu, by Kirk Rutten. Sixth was 334, Cream, by Cassie Chubb. And seventh was 330, Merida, by Harley Chubb. That is class number 1 in our commercial heifers. Moving in to class number 2, sponsored by Steve and Diane Retzlaff. First in was entry number 350, Little Miss, born February 16th, exhibited by Gibson Grenham. Next in was entry number 328, Ruby, born February 16th, exhibited by Hayden Claremont. Following her is entry 484, Moorhaven Rita 11N, born February 11th, exhibited by Curtis Hewitt. Then 352, Periwinkle, born February 5th, exhibited by Chloe Dare. Following her is entry number 320, Sally, born January 29th, exhibited by Caitlin Rutten. And rounding out the class is entry number 414, Grant's Miss Princess 6N, born January 14th, exhibited by Toby Grant. We have an age break of January 14th to February 16th. Again, this class is sponsored by Steve and Diane Retzlaff. Sponsors for the weekend is JGL and South Country Equipment. I will get listing our class sponsors and other sponsors here right shortly. Also, for everybody that just joined us, our photography on the day is Golden Thread. Sarah Hasson's taking pictures, candid shots, backdrop shots, and that is sponsored by Trow Nutrition. So go to Sarah's Facebook page, the Golden Thread, or her website, and them pictures will all be posted there. There's going to be some great candid shots that every family's going to want to take home. I've seen her taking some great ones. We have some fantastic ring help right now. Jade Sibbald, Ty Swan, Callie Hertz are the three that are out there right now helping.
Driving rain, found John's out hitting on the liquor again. It wasn't too late, about 10:30 when he let loose what the cat dragged in. It was a Sunday. And then morning came in, morning when he tried to make me pay the rent. Said I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. Brother, what you owe me? Can't count on anymore till the police come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground. 'cause there are nothing around. Deputy sheriff ran around the block, but the streets are empty and the doors are locked. Got pretty lonely.
And here's
And that preacher there came ring my bell, told me a little about heaven and a lot about hell. Said I ain't got no money for you, can I pay him away with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. I was not kidding. Father, Father, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore. Till the angels
test 1, 2. Okay, this one's working. Here's our comments from Madison LaFrance on our second split of heifers.
A really nice female, black baldy female that this young man has to start the class. A female we really appreciate for her overall completeness and balance. When you stand off the side here, she just gives you a really maternal look. She's soft-sided, she's got lots of muscle, and you get behind her, she's got a nice wide top. Just a really complete female to go ahead and start this class. Female in second here, she's one that gives you a really, really nice look. She has a really nice front end. She's attractive, she's feminine. She too gets around the ring really, really nice and has enough muscle. A female we just like to, she gets a little weaker in behind her shoulders there compared to our first place female. Female in third, she's a really big framed, big outlined female that we really appreciate. She just gets a little shallower compared to our top two and has a little extra set to her back legs to compete with the first two females today. This young man has a really nice cow prospect here coming in fourth. A female you really got to appreciate for her depth of body. She just gets a little shorter fronted and a little shorter fronted. I'd like to clean her up in her front end a little bit to compete with the top place females. A nice outlined black heifer that comes in next, one that just gets a little frailer, not quite as stout as the females that come in the front of the class. And rounding off the class is a really big framed, long-sided female that we just like to pretty her up and give her a little more body.
Thanks, Judge LaFrance. In class number 2, first place was entry number 484, Moorhaven Rita 11N, exhibited by Curtis Hewitt. Second place was entry number 350, Little Miss, exhibited by Gibson Granum. Third overall was entry number 320, Sally, exhibited by Caitlin Ryan. Sorry, we got it fixed now. Fourth overall, 414, Grant's Miss Princess 6N, exhibited by Toby Grant. Fifth overall was 352, Periwinkle, exhibited by Chloe Dare. And rounding out the class was entry 328, Ruby, exhibited by Hayden Claremont. Our top two from the first two divisions are coming back for our division champion. In the first split, first in was entry 358, Millie, by Reese Erdman. And second in the first split was entry number 368, Phoebe, by Colt Needham. Out of split number 2, first class winner was entry number 484, Moorhaven Rita 11N, exhibited by Curtis Hewitt. And second in split number 2 was entry number 350, Little Miss, exhibited by Gibson Granum. This is a division, our champion commercial heifer calf and reserve, sponsored by Castle Rock Marketing. Looks like we're ready for our division comments. Here's Judge LaFrance with our comments on division, our first heifer calf division.
Awesome division here to start the afternoon. If you would, just give these young folks here a nice round of applause on 4 really, really nice females. Won't take long. We'll keep moving along. We got a lot to get through here today. I think there's a pair of them are heifers here that won the first and second class. You can go back and forth on them all day. I don't think there's a right or a wrong answer. They're a little bit different. If you like more power and rib and body, you tie to the heifer that wins the first class. If you like them probably just a little neater and a little smoother probably from the side, you go with the second option. Both are extremely high quality. Depending on what you like and what you do at home, you can pick your poison. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. We're going to stick just to a little more power and substance. We find in our class winner of that first class, she's going to be our champion. This really nice Baldy here is going to be reserved. Give him a nice round of applause. Great division.
Our champion heifer calf in our commercial division out of the first split is entry 358 Millie by Reese Erdman. And our reserve heifer calf champion out of the second split, entry 484, Moorhaven Rita 11N by Curtis Hewitt. Them two will be coming back for our grand champion commercial female here in just a little bit. We'll be moving on to our commercial yearling heifers born in 2024. There's 3 splits of yearling commercial heifers. Our first split, class number 3, sponsored by Scotia Bank. First in, entry number 419, Dot, born May 28th, exhibited by Rayleigh Whitney. Next in is entry number 397, Elsie, born May 19th, exhibited by Niev Bouchamp. Following her is entry 407, Black Cherry Bomb, born April 26th, exhibited by Vance Borg. Following her is entry 357, Ruby Red, born April 15th, exhibited by Tyrell Carlson. Next in is entry 385, Laney, born April 13th, exhibited by Colt Redicott. And rounding out the class is entry 377, M. Oversea Mulaney, born April 8th, exhibited by Noah McKenzie. We have April 8th to May 28th for an age break in this first split of yearling heifers. Lauren Bust, if you're handy, can you come up here to the announcer stand? Again, exhibitors, if you have not grabbed your backpacks, please do after your classes. Go over to the show office, the co-op building, and grab your backpacks. And if you were a class winner, and division, of course, you have to go sign the thank you at the tent behind the announcer stand, and you'll get your prize money. Some of our class sponsors and major sponsors are Breed Creek Ranch Incorporated, the Smith family, Bullseye, Sask Lotteries, Bow Valley Genetics, Syngenta, Box W Land and Cattle, Trow Nutrition, and MNP. A few of our other sponsors are Show Stop Show Feed by Master Feed, T-Bar C Cattle Company Limited, 3 Dot Holdings Limited, Borison Marketing Services, Sega, Cattleman Golf, Swift Current, and Sass Milk. Go ahead, DJ. Looks like we have our first class, class number 3 of our yearling heifers placed, and here's our comments from Judge LaFrance.
Really good class here in this younger division, or this first class of commercial heifers. A black baldy heifer here on top, her brockle face there, both fit just in terms of being the most complete. You know, she isn't the biggest bodied, she's not the stoutest. I would also tell you she's one of the leanest conditioned ones as well. She doesn't have quite, you know, just the fat on her as a few of the other ones, but good footed, she's sound, she's long, she's level, she's got a really feminine look to her. A little coarser there about her teats, and we could just give her just a shot more back into her flank, but nice heifer there, young man has in second as well. Really a different type of heifer here in third. She's got more body. She's really stout and got lots of shape to her. She is a female, though, that becomes just a little bit heavier in terms of her condition for Maddie and I. As we study her through her front end, we just like to lean her up a little bit there. But functionally speaking, it's a big-bodied female. It's got some performance. Be a great cow prospect. Just a little too plain there for us today. Bigger frame, longer outline red heifer here that comes next. Needs a shot more body. She's very intriguing there from the side. The young man does a great job showing her. It just gets a little too shallow there. We'd like to clean her up there in her navel. A more moderate black heifer here that comes next. It's good in terms of her line. She's got some length and extension to her. Just becomes quite a bit plainer there as we study her. She's got some extra set and bend there to her hind leg. We could change the shape of her feet just a bit, but a solid heifer there. Heifer that concludes the class, young man does a nice job with. He gave me a chuckle there at the end. We like her length and her levelness. Heifer too that just gets a little shallower as we study her through her forehead back into her flank. Could stouten her up at the ground. Good class again, lots of differences.
And out of class number 3, and coming back for our yearling heifer champion, is entry number 419 Dot, exhibited by Rayleigh Whitney. And joining her, second overall, was entry number 357 Ruby Red, exhibited by Tyrell Carlson. Third was entry number 377 M over C Mulaney, exhibited by Noah McKenzie. Fourth was entry 385 Laney, exhibited by Colt Redicott. Fifth was entry number 397 Elsie, exhibited by Niev Bouchamp. And in sixth, rounding out the class, entry 407, Black Cherry Bomb, exhibited by Vance Hallberg. Moving into class number 4, sponsored by Eagle Creek Custom Meats. First in, entry number 340, Bell, born March 28th, exhibited by Olivia Peterson. Following her is entry number 431, Honey, born March 27th, exhibited by Cassie Chubb. Next in is entry 316, SC Malibu, born March 25th, exhibited by Owen Moore. Following her is entry number 432, Precious, born March 13th, exhibited by Grady Grenham. And rounding out class number 4 is entry number 302, Moonshine, born March 4th, exhibited by Cody Sherlink. That is our class number 4, split 2 of our commercial heifers, sponsored by Eagle Creek Custom Meats. is the Young Ranchman's All Breeds Livestock Show has been going on for, I'm not sure how many years now, 12 years. It is bar none the best summer outdoor show that any junior can go to. These folks absolutely love what they do by putting this on, and it is a lot of fun. It's laid back, but yet it's extremely competitive. They've always had exceptional judges come through. They've had some Americans, some elite Canadians. They've always looked at every detail and put this show together. So I think we need to give a big round of applause to the committee that does put on this show. It's a lot of hours. It is a good one, you guys.
Be long gone for the
To Class 4 of our yearling heifers.
Nice class of yearling heifers that we kind of find a lot of variation in. We kind of get every type and size. The heifer we land on at the front is the one we found to be just the most fault-free. She's a nice female that got a nice feminine front end. She's stout. She gets around. She's by far the soundest female in the class. And just one that we found to be the most complete and fault-free and most structurally correct here to start us off. The really nice female, black baldy female that comes in second, a really nice outline female. She's really feminine, she's really fresh, a heifer that we really like, one that we just find ducks a little from her hooks to her pins, kind of gets a little rounder, and that's where she finds herself second. A really nice red heifer, really cowy prospect here this young man has next. Heifer you really appreciate on the stand. She's bold, she's got lots of hip. Female that we would just like to free her up on the move on her hind legs there. She gets a little rigid. Same with the black baldy heifer here and the next one. Female that is really bold and stout. Female that we'd really like to lengthen out her front end and change her off her hind wheels when she gets on the move. A female that I think with a little less condition would move a little better. Rounding out the class is probably the really long-bodied, feminine-made female, one that we would just like to stouten up and give a little more rib and capacity to compete here today.
Thanks, Judge LaFrance. In our Class 4, sponsored by Eagle Creek Custom Meats, and coming back for our yearling heifers is entry number 316, SC Malibu, exhibited by Owen Moore. And second, and also coming back to vie for our commercial heifer, is entry number 340, Bell, exhibited by Olivia Peterson. Third overall was entry number 432, Precious, exhibited by Grady Grenham. Fourth overall, entry 302, Moonshine, exhibited by Cody Sherlink. And rounding out the class was entry 431, Honey, exhibited by Cassie Chubb. Again, that class was sponsored by Eagle Creek Custom Meats. Moving into class number 5. First in, entry number 325, Dolly, born February 27th, exhibited by Lila Hale. Next in is entry number 313, Hope 2M, born February 12th, exhibited by Levi Hildebrandt. Following her is entry number 394, Missy, born February 10th, exhibited by Hayes Redicott. Next in is entry number 317, PODZ, Sarah's Dakota Princess, 34M, exhibited by Taylor Reed, born February 4th. Following her is entry number 393, Susie Q, born February 1st, exhibited by Blake Fisk. And rounding out the class is entry number 417, Emily, born January 2nd, exhibited by Ember Redicott. That is our final class of commercial yearling heifers. After this will be our division champion and reserve division champion from our 3 splits of yearling heifers.
Said I'm year slip away. We walked all day and on into the night. Got there just before the shining early morning light. When it was such a sight. Is you're gonna be a fiddler someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray. And your best years slip away. No matter what you're dreaming, you will be a fiddler, an astronaut, a man that's on TV. Well, do it, yeah, don't just wait and see. 'Cause you're gonna be a fiddler someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray. And your best years slip away. You're gonna be a fiddler someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray. And your best years slip away.
We're ready for our final split of yearling heifers in class number 5. Here's Judge LaFrance with his comments.
Really good class here again. There's some differences, some give and take. As Maddie and I went through it, we never, I guess, contemplated on the heifer that wins the class here on front, the young lady here with the painted up heifer. I think she commands your attention for sure within this class. I mean, you step back off the cattle and she just kind of hits you as the powerhouse. And on top of that, she's fun to look at. Her neck sits out right on the top of her shoulder. She's just so bold. I like her body shape and how she comes back into her hip. Really good in the build of her hip and hind leg. And the young lady does an awesome job getting her set and parked there. It's pretty hard to ignore that one in this lineup. Heifer here in second, I guess, most closely resembles her just in her lines. I guess her holdback for Maddie and I just like to change the shape of her skull for us. I don't read her to be as maternal in her head. I don't think she's as maternal just in her lower body sweep and just boldness as our class winner. We do like her structure is good. The set of her hind legs, she's long, she's level, very highly presented. Again, young lady does an awesome job showing her. There's some differences amongst the pair. The heifer here in 3, the longer you study her, she really grows on us. We like her body and just her practicality. She's a little female that gets a little bit plainer up through her front end and down through her chest floor. Gets a little bit rigid there from hooks to pins and down to the ground, but very fault-free. We think it's close between 2 and 3 there, which way you like to go. A more moderate framed, really stout heifer here that comes next. She's very heavy muscled, very attractive up through that front end. She's probably on the moderate side of things for Maddie and I. We'd just like to see a little more size and extension there. Stouten her up a little bit in her footwork and bone work, but very shapely, very attractive. Just like to see more of her. A pair of heifers here that round off the class that young ladies are doing an awesome job with. Super quiet heifers that are definitely sound enough. Just need some more body. They lack some balance, just not quite as attractive. But really good class again. Congratulations to all those young exhibitors.
Thanks, Judge. And coming back for our champion yearling heifer is entry number 393, Susie Q, exhibited by Blake Fisk. Also joining her will be entry number 317, PODZ Sarah's Dakota Princess, 34M, exhibited by Taylor Reed. Third overall was entry 313, Hope 2M, exhibited by Levi Hildebrand. Fourth overall, 325 Dolly, exhibited by Lila Hale. Fifth overall, on the other page, is 417 Emily, exhibited by Ember Redekop. And rounding out the class is entry number 394 Missy, exhibited by Hayes Redekop. Now we are in to our division champion, sponsored by Arch Holdings. First in is entry number 419, Dot, born May 28th, exhibited by Rayleigh Whitney. And joining her out of class number 3 is entry number 357, Ruby Red, born April 15th, exhibited by Tyrell Carlson. Out of class number 4, split 2, is entry number 316, SC Malibu, born March 25th, exhibited by Owen Moore. And second in split number 2 was entry number 340, Bell, exhibited by Olivia Peterson. And out of our third split, our final split of yearling heifers, first in, entry number 393, was Susie Q, born February 1st, exhibited by Blake Fisk. And second in that class was entry number 317, PODZ Sarah's Dakota Princess, 34M, born February 4th, exhibited by Taylor Reed. This is our division champion in our commercial class, sponsored by Arch Holdings. Our commercial pairs should be up at the show ring. You will be up here in just a couple minutes. Our commercial pairs, 2-year-old commercial pairs, should be at the show ring.
Great division here again as we get ready to pick a champion commercial yearling here. We'll go back through and talk them all, but sent some really nice heifers back to the barn and really like the quality that we have, out here in front of us. I think Maddie and I opinion anyway, there's a pretty clear-cut winner, and then from there, there's some controversy. There's some differences. You can pick them the way that you like them. We can see the differences, what we like, and maybe the little couple things we'd like to change. Again, I don't think anybody's right or anyone's wrong. I'd argue with you if we didn't use the same one, but after that I think there's some discussion. So great group of kids. They do an awesome job showing. Congratulations. Maddie's going to go show you which two we like the best.
Champion out of split number 3 is entry number 393, Susie Q, exhibited by Blake Fisk. And reserve out of the same class is entry number 317, PODZ Sarah's Dakota Princess by Taylor Reed. Them two will be coming back in here right shortly for our Grand Champion Commercial Division. Again, that division, Grand and Reserve, was sponsored by Arch Holdings. Moving in to our commercial 2-year-old cow-calf bears born in 2023, sponsored by Southwest Genetics. We have 3 pairs, again sponsored by Southwest Genetics, and this will be also a division, which is sponsored by Flying K Red Angus. First in, entry number 319, Moorhaven Reba 10L, born April 7th, along with her calf, Moorhaven Rita 11N, born February 11th, exhibited by Curtis Hewitt. Following her is entry number 370, Chloe 3178. Cows born April 2nd with her calf at side, Clover 3178, born April 19th, exhibited by Deverick Bouchamp. And rounding out the class is entry number 373, Grant's Pretty Lady 90L, born March 21st, with her calf at side, Grant's Mr. Tibbs 4N, born January 8th, exhibited by Ella Grant. This is a division. sponsored by Flying K, Red Angus. Our heifer calf champion in reserve and our yearling champion in reserve should be in the marshalling area. We are coming right in for our grand champion commercial female, sponsored by Golden Thread Livestock Images. They are next. And the reserve is sponsored by X-Bar T Simmentals. So if you were heifer calf or yearling, you should be up here in the marshalling area because you're going to walk in as soon as this is done. Heifer calves and yearlings, please come up to the marshalling area. Looks like we're ready for our comments on our commercial 2-year-old cow-calf pairs. Here's Maddie.
A really nice class of commercial 2-year-old pairs here. I think this one that comes to the front of the class does so quite handily. Cow and her heifer calf that balance up really, really nice. Everything you see in the cow, she's bold, she's stout, she's good-footed, she's big-boned, she's attractive. You see in the heifer calf, and just a really exciting pair here to start this class. Moving on to our second place black pair. The cow is really nice. She's got a big stout bull calf on her. A cow that we would just like to give a little more rib and give a little more stoutness to compete with our first place female. One that we'd probably refine her front teats and the length of her back toes a little bit. Rounding off the class is a really youthful made female with an April heifer calf on her. Cow that really gets around here and moves nice around the ring. She's got a nice udder. She'll be a nice project for this young man.
Thanks, Judge. And advancing to our champion, and this is a division also, so this is our 2-year-old division champion, is entry number 319, Moorhaven Reba 10L, exhibited by Curtis Hewitt. And second in our 2-year-old division is entry number 373, Grant's Pretty Lady 90L, exhibited by Ella Grant. And rounding out the class is entry number 370, Chloe 3178, exhibited by Deverick Bouchamp. That division was sponsored by Flying K. They will be turning around and coming right back in for our grand champion commercial division. And here we go in our commercial division, our champion drive. First in is entry number 358, Millie, exhibited by Reese Erdman. And reserve heifer calf champion was entry number 484, Moorhaven Rita 11N, exhibited by Curtis Hewitt. She will be on the cow in the in the cow division. And then in our yearlings, entry number 393, Susie Q, exhibited by Blake Fisk. And our reserve yearling was entry number 317, PODZ Sarah's Dakota Princess 34M, exhibited by Taylor Reed. And then in our 2-year-old division, our champion was entry number 319, Moorhaven Reba 10L, with Moorhaven Rita 11N, which is also our reserve heifer calf, exhibited by Curtis Hewitt. And joining her is entry number 373, Grant's Pretty Lady 90L, with Grant's Mr. Tibbs 4N, exhibited by Ella Grant. And this is our grand champion commercial female drive, sponsored by Golden Thread Livestock Images, who is our photographer for the weekend, and our reserve champion female sponsors X-Bar T Simmentals. So thanks to them sponsors for doing the commercial division. Looks like we're ready for our comments in our commercial division Grand and Reserve Grand Champions.
Great lineup here in our championship on our commercial side. If you will, again, give these kids a nice round of applause here. Pretty exciting. Definitely started with some fire right from the first class down through our cows. A lot of quality. It's made it fun. I always say I enjoy judging, but when you get the opportunity to judge really good cattle, it's just that much funner, and it it's been a blast. We're not going to go back through and talk them all. We're going to stick to a type and kind that we like, and what I like or what Maddie and I like necessarily isn't what everybody else is after. And everybody has different goals, and everybody can market their program. But I've always said if you can raise it and you can market it, don't change nothing with what you're doing. It's just one guy's opinion today. I know not everybody's always going to agree. I just try to describe them and tell you what we see, and hopefully we can agree on what we see in the cattle. So to us, there's a pair of them out here that fit together really nice. Again, you could talk them either way and do whatever you like, but we've kind of landed on a conclusion. What we're going to do here, Maddie will go show you which two those are, but again, congratulations to these kids out here and the kids that weren't as fortunate to make it. I hope you're able to get back out in this spot here next year. So again, congratulations. It's sure been fun.
And our grand champion out of our 2-year-old female is entry number 319, Moorhaven Reba 10L, with Moorhaven Rita 11N, exhibited by Curtis Hewitt. And our reserve grand champion commercial female goes back to our yearling division, entry number 393, Susie Q, exhibited by Blake Fisk. Again, that was sponsored by Golden Thread Livestock Images and X-Bar T Simmentals. Thank you folks so much. We'll just grab a quick picture over there by the looks of it, and we're going to move right into our Purebred Simmental show. Perfect. So we're going to keep rolling. The judges aren't going to the backdrops. So we're going to move into our Simmental show, heifer calves born in 2025. Sponsored by High Country Cattle Services. First in, entry number 308. APH 847J 532C Miss Cabaret 2N, born February 10th, exhibited by Summer Arthur. Following her is entry number 418, Brooking Scream 5179, born February 6th, exhibited by Elida Morrison. Following her is entry number 346, Flying W Miss Black Licorice 62N, born February 3rd, exhibited by Paisley Wolkowski. And next to her is entry number 311, RBP Miss Caliber 6N, born January 19th, exhibited by Rebecca Porter. Following her is entry number 355, City View Black Betty 538N, born January 18th, exhibited by Addison Barnett. Next to her is entry number 307, Flying W Miss Holiday 22N, born January 14th, exhibited by Porter Wolkowski. And rounding out the class is entry number 359, KCH Soda Crush 508N, born January 11th, exhibited by Kendra Heinsberg. We have an age break of January 11th to February 10th in our first split of Simmental heifer calves, sponsored by High Country Cattle Services. We have two splits of heifer calves in our Simmental division.
I know things will get
Looks like we're ready for comments here on our first split, Simmental heifer calves born 2025, sponsored by High Country Cattle Services. Go ahead, Judge LaFrance.
Definitely a tough class here to start off, and Maddie and I take just a little longer there. Again, it's a class I can see from the outside that could have a lot of controversy. We got a little age gap. I guess the heifer up front, obviously, that we used to win is our youngest heifer, and she's about a month younger than the rest of the class, and so you gotta fit in where you want to be in terms of size and maturity at this point in time. There's no doubt our class winner is just the most captivating to look at through her front end. I think that's where she truly excels, and not that I'm just a big front end guy all the time, but to me, she has that look and presence up through her front end with so much body and sweep to her. She's still so maternal. She's got some boldness and some stoutness to her. But boy, just a really nice image that heifer presents from the side. She's fresh and attractive, and no question, bar none, the best looking one in the class by quite some margin. The heifer in second, the bigger, more powerful option of the pair. I like her frame size and her length, a ton of body and ribbon, that female we like. You can swap the pair if you like. To me, I just like to change her a little bit up through her front end, just her head and her ear set just a little bit, and in through her chest floor. That's a good kind of heifer as well. They're probably, you'd use those two heifers in different scenarios and breeding programs. They both kind of obviously cater to different ends, but both very good. I just like the added style and attractiveness Maddie and I find in our class winner. Heifer here in 3 most closely resembles our class winner in terms of look. Just wish she was a little better off her front end and rear leg. As we watch her move, she gets a little bit straight and splayed out there in her front end, but I really like the look there, that blaze face and that up-headed. She's darn sure striking, very attractive. Young lady does a great job showing her. Heifer here that comes next, she's very functional and practical, I think. She's got some frame size. We like her in terms of her length of body and her depth. She becomes probably the flattest in terms of her muscle of them top trio female. She doesn't come to the ground with as much bone and foot size. That's where we'd like to modify her, but dang sure very high quality. Heifer here that comes next, very powerful, very stout. Again, just a little too plain and coarse through her front end for Maddie and I. Heifer here that very follows suit, extremely powerful. The muscle shape that you find in her becomes a little too coarse and round for us. We just like to lay her in a little neater there at her tail head. Heifer here that rounds off the class. Again, big bodied. She's stout ended, becomes quite a bit more moderate than some of the other heifers, runs downhill just a little bit and gets plainer, but very powerful, good at the ground. Young lady does a great job. Really good class again. Congratulations.
Thanks, Judge LaFrance. In Class 7, in our first split of heifer calves, advancing to our champion heifer calf class will be entry number 308, APH 847J 532C, Miss Cabaret 2N, exhibited by Summer Arthur. And second in this class is entry 418, Brooking Scream 5179, exhibited by Elida Morrison. Third in class was entry 355, City View Black Betty 538N, exhibited by Addison Barnett. Fourth, entry 311, RBP Miss Caliber 6N, exhibited by Rebecca Porter. Fifth, entry 359, KCH Soda Crush 508N, exhibited by Kendra Heinsberg. Sixth, 307, Flying W Miss Holiday 22N, exhibited by Porter Wilkowski. And rounding out the class is 346, Flying W Miss Black Licorice 62N, exhibited by Paisley Wilkowski. Moving in to class number 8, split number 2 of our heifer calves, sponsored by Scotia Bank. First in, entry number 300, Flying W, Miss Ruby 6N, born January 9th, exhibited by Grady Wilkowski. Next in is entry number 376, DTH Tula 5212, born January 6th, exhibited by Fallon Shire. Next to her is entry number 323, DTH Sheila 5156, born January 5th, exhibited by Rachel Tober. Next in is entry number 353, Black River Emmy 1N, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. And following her is entry number 371, DTH Overtime 5007, born January 3rd, exhibited by Dane Tober. Next in is entry number 332, MJP Miss Caliber ET1N, born January 3rd, exhibited by Tyson Porter. 356 is a scratch, and rounding out the class is 433 CMS Sage 502N, born January 1st, exhibited by Colt Needham. The top 2 out of this class will come back in for our division champion. thing that this show has done this year, Young Ranchman's, it is the largest entrance they've ever had. Last night we had 57 heifers for that heifer jackpot, and that winner and reserve of that qualifies for the Western Elite Showcase in Calgary at the Stampede next July. And we had 57 in that. I think there's 130 some kids and 180 roughly head of livestock. That is a big summer show. So thanks to everybody that put this on, and thanks to everybody that drove here for it too. Looks like we're ready for comments on our second split of heifer calves from Judge LaFrance.
Really good class here as a replacement. Maddie said, you're talking this class, and it was actually her turn, but there's a lot of quality out here in front of us. Again, you know, you just step back there as I did that initial pass, and you just recognize, you know, how good all these heifers are. You know, it, you know, sucks. I know the feeling, what it feels like, you know, to be on down the line, and I know you can get discouraged, but I do want you to know that, you know, those are very good cattle, and there's nothing wrong with them. It's one man's opinion or our opinion today, and there's a lot of trade-offs and cattle change, and we just kind of, you know, subjective to, you know, evaluating them today and what we see. And especially in these heifer calves, I guess I tell you, I always try to read some future and you know, see which one I think could come back a year from now and be really competitive. And if you have that crystal ball, and sometimes we're right and sometimes we're wrong. That's just part of the business. But with that being said, you know, the heifer that Maddie and I land on top, I think she's the one to me that I think has the highest chance of coming back a year from now and be really, really nice. If I could just change her teats just a little bit, and I know it's just a heifer calf and there's things that change, you know, I think she slam dunks it and wins in a landslide. That's my one question with her, just a little bit of her teats, but her look and just her front end and her lines and her length are so good, and she still has more than enough to her. You know, some from the outside may say she's not quite as stout and powerful. Of the top 4 or 5 heifers, she's also the greenest in her condition. So read underneath that, I still think there's more than enough to that female. Just so captivating and drawing to look at. Really like that one. The one in second, so powerful. We love her rib and her body. There's so much power. That's a very, very good kind of female. She becomes a little awkward right behind her shoulders. She breaks there and right behind. We could strengthen her up there. Gets a little shorter in the build of her hip, but we love the rib and the body. You know, different types of heifers. Again, there's no right or wrong answer. Those are just the differences that we see in them. The heifer here in third's a big, big powerhouse. I guess to me, probably, you know, for a January heifer calf, she is probably getting on the upper side of things in terms of frame size, where I like to see them. But boy, you sure appreciate, you know, just that length of body, that scale. It's a big, big, powerful heifer. Just becomes a little plainer and rounder off either end, but little minute things we could change in her. But in the big picture, it's a big, big powerhouse of a female. Red heifer here that comes next, very shapely. We like her muscle in her top. Her rib cage is good. Gets a little up there in her tail head. She becomes a little more moderate and shorter there about her head compared to them top end of those females. Very, very good female. Just becomes a little more moderate and conventional there just in her build. Gets a little rigid there off her hock and pasture there as we watch her go. Black heifer here that comes next. We like her length and her levelness. Young lady does a great job showing her. Becomes quite a bit flatter from a dimension standpoint to the top end of those cattle. That's kind of what sorts her down. Very powerful red heifer here that's long-bodied. She's very stout. Just needs to move better as we watch her go. She's a little too tight and restricted. Lengthen her out through her front end. Really a big frame, long-sided red heifer here that the young man concludes the class with. She's very feminine and angular. Just needs some more body. Just like to soften that one up. Super good class. Again, congratulations to those kids that showed them, the breeders, everybody involved. That's a heck of a set of heifers.
Thanks, Judge LaFrance. And the top 2 will be coming back right now for our division. And first, winning the second split in class number 8 is entry number 353, Black River ME1N, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. And second, and also coming back, is entry number 376, DTH Tula 5212, exhibited by Fallon Shire. Third in class was MJP Miss Caliber ET1N, exhibited by Tyson Porter. Fourth in class was entry 371, DTH Overtime 5007, exhibited by Dane Tober. Fifth in class was entry 323, DTH Sheila 5156, exhibited by Rachel Tober. Sixth in class was entry number 300, Flying W Miss Ruby 6N, exhibited by Grady Wilkowski. And rounding out the class was entry number 433, CMS Sage 502N, exhibited by Colt Needham. Now we're in our division champion, sponsored by DK Land and Cattle, out of our first class. And our winner in our first class was entry number 308, APH 847J 532C Miss Cabaret 2N, exhibited by Summer Arthur. And second in our first split was entry number 418, Brooking Scream 5179, exhibited by Elida Morrison. And joining them in our champion heifer calf division was entry number 353, Black River ME1N, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. And second in split number 2 was entry number 376, DTH Tula 5212, exhibited by Fallon Shire. This is our champion Simmental, purebred Simmental heifer division, sponsored by DK Land and Cattle. Looks like we're ready for comments in our heifer calf division, and Judge Maddie LaFrance is going to talk this one.
Really nice division of Simmental heifer calves here to start out the Simmental show. We kind of have a few different shapes and sizes. Like Riley talks about, you can kind of pick what you gravitate towards too, and I guess for us, we kind of land on the female that we find the most complete. So our champion of our division will be this blaze-face heifer out of the last class, and then for reserve, we'll go with the black heifer out of the first class.
So your champion heifer calf is out of your second split. Black River Emmy 1N, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. And your reserve heifer calf champion out of split number 1 was APH 847J 532C Miss Cabaret 2N, exhibited by Summer Arthur. Again, that was sponsored by DK Land and Cattle. Congratulations, juniors. Moving on to our division, or our yearling Simmental heifers, and this will be a division sponsored by none other than the judges, Wheatland Cattle Company. First in, entry number 324, CHM Lady in Red 27M, born February 19th, exhibited by Reese Morrison. Next in is entry number 314, TVF 185M Girl on Fire, born February 6th, exhibited by Emerson Gurot. Next in is entry number 434, CHM Duchess 22M, born January 20th, exhibited by Reese Morrison. Following her is entry number 398, Grant's Miss Normac 27M, born January 30th, exhibited by Wyatt Grant. Following her is entry 435, Milligan Scream 2413M, born January 30th, exhibited by Gibson Grenham. Next to her is entry number 436, City View Malibu 30M, born January 17th, exhibited by Addison Barnett. And rounding out the class is entry number 437, City View Montana 8M, born January 2nd, exhibited by Addison Barnett. This will be a division. So our division sponsor is Grassroots Ranch, and our class sponsor, like I said before, is our judges, Wheatland Cattle Company.
Neon rainbow.
A couple thank yous that'll make while we're doing this, again, is our committee. Callie and Tyson Hertz, Susie and Clint Smith, Lauren and Jim Bust, and Nikki Henderson. They put on this wonderful show. Today's the first day that Susie hasn't been able to go have her afternoon nap like she did yesterday, but thanks for sticking out here today, Susie. Our ring help, Callie Gibson. Or Hertz, sorry. I was meant to say Corrine, and I got tongue-tied. Corrine Gibson, Callie Hertz, Jade Sibbald, Ty Swan. Thank you so much. And we've got our marshals in the back that are working as hard as anybody, keeping the cattle at the ring, and it's been absolutely flawless. Thank you guys so much. Our photography is Golden Thread Images, Sarah Hassan, and that is sponsored by Trow Nutrition. So like we said, she's going to have some wonderful candid shots. Head to her Facebook page and her website. There's going to be a bunch of pictures there for you to take advantage of. Grandparents, parents, go have a good look. Bar none, our favorite from when we were showing here is the candids that they get, because chances are the kid doesn't know they're getting that picture. So it does truly capture their expressions and their cattle at their best. So go have a good look at them, at those photos. Thanks to everybody that's helped so far.
Seen a black cat crossing the road. Played the lottery with last month's rent. I'm still waiting on my ship to come in. Bad luck was always hanging around. A good roll was always letting me down. I had every reason in the world to give up, but you came along and now it's gone so long. Bad luck. My first love said she'd love me for life. Slipped out one night and never told me goodbye. My second love convinced me love again. Then she left me for my best friend. My third and fourth went crazy as hell. I even bought a rabbit's foot, but that didn't help. Bad luck was always hanging around. A good roll was always letting me down. I had every reason in the world to give up, but you came along and now it's gone so long. Bad luck. You're my lucky four-leaf clover, horseshoe over my shoulder. 7 come 11, girl, I'm lucky I found you. Bad luck was always.
Looks like we're ready for comments in our yearling division by Judge Riley LaFrance.
Really good class of yearling heifers here again. I think, there's some trade-offs amongst them. Again, I think a class that there's a lot of quality right from one end to the other. The red heifer Maddie and I land on here on top. Extremely long outlined heifer that's extended. She's really nice at the ground in terms of her foot size and shape. Her teats are really nice. She maybe isn't quite as far along, it appears, maybe as a couple other heifers, but I like the spacing that we see there. She's so long-bodied and extended, and honestly, for as long as she is, she still has plenty of sweep there to her rib, and I think appropriate where she's at from a condition standpoint. Just a very useful type of female that has that Simmental performance and muscle shape that we all like. Nice place to start. Heifer here in second, I think it's close. There's some trade-offs amongst them. You get the two cattle right here. She does become quite a bit shorter bodied. She doesn't have the extension. I think that's where she sorts second for Maddie and I. But the young lady's done an awesome job presenting her and showing her. She's bold-bodied. She's got some shape. Heifer, like we say, just a little shorter body. Doesn't have the same length and levelness there out of her hip hip and hind leg is our class winner, but a very good pair of heifers there. This full-blood heifer here in third, I told Matt, I really like her. Beautiful teats. Like the size and spacing. Young man does an awesome job. You know, it's a heifer that we love in terms of her body, and I really like that female. She's dead level down her top line as you watch her go. Of the top trio there, she probably becomes just, again, a little plainer up through her front end. She's a little shorter and more moderate. Nothing wrong with that, but of that top pair, that's what we kind of sorted her third. But I think of the cattle, she's the nicest in terms of her teat size. Very big, powerful, stout black heifer here that comes next. A ton of rib and body. We love the shape and power. Becomes a little longer in course there about her teat size. I'd like to change the way she utilizes her hind leg. We can see there she kind of pushes and wants to rotate out as we watch her go. Red heifer here that comes next in the stand. You can tie to refinement of teats, really up-headed and extended. Just a heifer that wants to become a little awkward as we watch her move out of her front end, breaks and deviates there in her shoulder. But I really like that striking pose, her length of body, her teats are right again. Very, very nice heifer. Red heifer here that comes next. More moderate. She's tremendously big body and easy fleshing. Becomes a little bit more moderate and plainer. She tends to run downhill just a skosh, but very broody and practical in her type. Black heifer here that rounds off the class. Young lady's done a great job with again. She's long and extended. She's appropriate from a condition standpoint. Just gets a little bit flatter in her body shape. Doesn't have just the same volume and dimension there as some of those other females. Super good class. Again, you should all be very proud. Congratulations.
Thanks, Judge. And this is a division. So our division champion, sponsored by Grassroots Ranch, is entry number 324, CHM Lady in Red 27M, exhibited by Reese Morrison. And second in reserve in division is entry 437, City View Montana 8M, exhibited by Addison Barnett. Third, entry 398, Grant Smith Normac 27M, exhibited by Wyatt Grant. Fourth, 436, City View Malibu 30M, exhibited by Addison Barnett. Fifth, 434, CHM Duchess 22M, exhibited by Reese Morrison. Sixth, 435, Milligan Scream 2413M, exhibited by Gibson Grenham. And seventh, 314, TVF 185M, Girl on Fire, exhibited by Emerson Gurot. Moving into our 2-year-old pairs, sponsored by Reed Ranching, class number 10. First in, entry number 439, Macintosh Holly 92L, with her calf at side, Flying W Kid Rock 92N, exhibited by Grady Wilkowski. Next in, entry number 440, CHM Channel 23L, with her calf at side, Poppy, exhibited by Reese Morrison. And rounding out the class is entry number 331, Macintosh Lulu 34L, with calf at side, Easy Johnny 11N, exhibited by Katie Kolonowski. This is also a division sponsored by Sask Energy.
Really good class here, and there's some controversy again. I'm sure there's lots of differences, although as we still study it, the way Maddie and I line them up, we're going to leave them the way they're standing. The black pair up here is going to win second and then third. There's some differences, out here, and there's a place or two we'd like to modify them. Our pair that wins the class, we're just the most comfortable, I think, is a tandem unit. They're the pair that kind of fit together for us. A bull calf there that's got some muscle shape and testicular development looks promising. He's got some muscle and some top as you get in behind him. I think, that cow we like in terms of her hip and her body. She's a cow that's definitely nice in terms of her udder and her teat size. Very adequate in that regard. I just think as you step back and study it as a unit and as a pair, they most complement each other together. Our pair here in second, by far the youngest calf. Now that calf gives up a couple months in terms of age. I think there's a lot of future in that calf. She's feminine, she's extended, obviously gives up some performance, but we would expect that with her being 2 months younger. The cow doesn't come to us in quite as much condition. There's nothing wrong with that. I think you study that cow, she's beautiful in her teat size and her udder. Her foot is really strong, she's sound enough. Like I say, does she appear to be the most powerful cow in class? She doesn't, but she's also the leanest in terms of her condition. I think that cow offers a lot of longevity as we turn her out and think about on down the road. I think that's a cow that'll last. Our pair here that we end up with in third, the black baldy pair, big, stout, powerful cow. Her teats are a little long for me at a 2-year-old stage. I guess more our concern was probably the bull calf. As we watch him go, the way he utilizes his hind leg, he gets some extra set, he gets up under himself. I just question maybe some longevity there. Stop standing, he's a powerful, big-bodied, wide-based calf. There's a lot to him and a big, powerful cow. We just question that hind leg just a bit. Good class again. They're all very, very good. Congratulations. I know it takes a pile of time and work to show those pairs.
Thanks, Judge LaFrance. And this is our division champion, sponsored by Sask Energy. First place was entry 439, Macintosh Holly 92L, exhibited by Grady Wilkowski. And second was entry 440, CHM Channel 23L, exhibited by Reese Morrison. And third was entry 331, Macintosh Lulu 34L, exhibited by Katie Kolonowski. And again, that was a division sponsored by Sask Energy. In our mature division, sponsored again by our judge, Wheatland Cattle Company. We have one entry, entry 345, CMS Cream Soda 050H, born with her baby outside, C8 KCH Soda Crush 508N, exhibited by Kendra Heinsberg. Again, this is a division also. Class is sponsored by Wheatland Cattle Company, and the division is sponsored by SaskTel. Right after this, we will be going in for a Grand Champion Simmental and Reserve Grand Champion Simmental female.
Really nice single entry here in our mature cow class. A 5-year-old cow with a big stout heifer calf up front. You study them from the side. They're both big and powerful, long-bodied females that offer some depth and some shape. I'd venture to say that baby might actually grow up to be better than mama, but a really functional, nice pair to stand here in the mature cow class.
Thanks, Judge Maddie. And again, this is division. Class was sponsored by Wheatland Cattle Company and division sponsored by SaskTel. Winner of that class is CMS Cream Soda 050H, exhibited by Kendra Heinsberg. And she will just turn around and come right back into our champion drive. And here we go in our Simmental division. From our heifer calves, our champion heifer calf was entry number 353, Black River Emmy 1N, born January 3rd, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. And our reserve heifer calf was entry number 308, APH 847J 532C, Miss Cabaret 2N, exhibited by Summer Arthur. Moving in to our yearling division. First in, Our champion yearling heifer was entry number 324, CHM Lady in Red 27M, exhibited by Reese Morrison. And our second in our yearling division was entry number 437, City View Montana 8M, exhibited by Addison Barnett. Into our 2-year-olds. Our champion 2-year-old was entry number 439, Macintosh Holly 92L, with Flying W Kid Rock 92N, exhibited by Grady Wolskowski. And second in our 2-year-old division was entry number 440, CHM Channel 23L, with her baby outside Poppy, exhibited by Reese Morrison. And then into our mature cows. Entry number 345, CMS Cream Soda 050H, with her baby outside KCH Soda Crush 508N, exhibited by Kendra Heinsberg. And this is our grand champion female, Simmental female, sponsored by the Saskatchewan Simmental Association, and our reserve grand champion female, sponsored by Schrager Ranching. Thank you to our sponsors for the Simmental Show. Geltby cattle should be lining up in the marshalling area. You're next on deck.
Tall side of things, again, let's give these kids that were fortunate enough to get out here and the ones that participated and did an excellent job, give them a nice round of applause. It's not easy to get here. There are some differences and trade-offs, again, from the outside. I guess that's what makes judging fun. Everybody's got their type and kind, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. We try to stick to a type and kind. And I guess somebody and I've, kind of looking for today are, cattle that obviously have some presence and femininity, but we still like volume and power and substance. They got to be cows. It's fun to show them, and regardless, if we don't put them in a show ring, we just go check them at pasture. I like looking at good-looking cattle. There's no doubt about that. When you drive out to pasture and you see a really nice, pretty-headed cow that's big-bodied and nice-uddered, and those are just the type that we've always gravitated to, and that's our type of cattle. And that might not always be everybody's type, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's a different market for lots of different cattle. cattle. But as we look at this lineup, I think you can definitely find something that you can be pleased with and that you can utilize in your program. There's a lot of value out here. So commend these juniors and the breeders and wherever they've purchased these cattle or raised them. There's a lot of time and thought that gets put into that process. So with that being said, there's a pair of them that Maddie and I just think are the most elite. They're the highest quality cattle that we really, really like. So she's going to go show you which two they are, but again, congratulations.
Our grand champion Simmental female out of our heifer calf division, entry number 353, Black River Emmy 1N, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. And following right along with her is her reserve heifer calf champion, which will be a reserve female overall, entry number 308, APH 847J 532C, Miss Cabaret 2N, exhibited by Summer Arthur. Congratulations, and that Grand Champion female was sponsored by Saskatchewan Simmental Association, and our reserve was sponsored by Scherger Ranching. Moving in to our Gelbvieh division. And in our Gelbvieh heifer calves, Class 12, sponsored by Lonesome Dove Ranch. And this also will be a division sponsored by Elta Genetics. Entry number 351, DRT Lonesome Sapphire Gem 10N, born January 26th, exhibited by Cameron Davidson. And again, this will be our heifer calf champion also. Again, folks, don't forget to go sign your thank you cards and get your prize money. Callie just told us what's in them envelopes if you're first or second or in division. I think you'll want to go sign it and get your cash. They're paying out very, very well.
A really nice single entry heifer calf here, one that we really appreciate. She's sound and functional female. She's got really nice feet. Just a really nice cow prospect for this young man, and we'll see her later here in the championship.
Thanks, Judge Maddie. And again, our heifer calf champions, entry 351, DRT Lonesome Sapphire Gem 10N, exhibited by Cameron Davidson. Class was sponsored by Lonesome Dove Ranch, and the division was sponsored by Elta Genetics. Moving in to our Gelbvieh yearling heifers, sponsored by LCF Gelbviehs. First in, entry number 366, LML Samantha 41M, born March 11th, exhibited by Cale McKenzie. Next in is entry number 415, DRT Lonesome Cordelia 63M, born February 2nd, exhibited by Flynn Davidson. And rounding out the class is entry number 382, DRT Lonesome Victory 38M, born January 30th, exhibited by Jamie Davidson. And this will also be a division sponsored by Joanne Giradine. That's how I'm going to announce it. It's sponsored by Eric Smith's Grandma. I butchered the name, so I'm going to say it's Eric Smith's Grandma sponsored the Gelbvieh division. Gerardin. You do know that I didn't go to a French school. How am I supposed to know that? Sorry, Riley. It's up to you. Hereford breeders, you are on deck. Please make your way to the marshalling area. Heifer calves and the Herefords, if you can hear me, make your way to the marshalling area. Looks like we're ready for comments on our yearling Gelbvieh division.
Good trio of heifers here that all offer some differences. The red heifer that Maddie and I land here on top, again, I think just a complete package that we're looking for in terms of movement and structure. We like her that way. She's good and level down her top line. She's got some extension and read her with some femininity. You know, she's not maybe just quite as deep centered right into her flank as they're the heifer that's in second, but we think she is just a little fresher, a little longer and more extended. Nice place to start. Very powerful heifer here in second. We really like in terms of her muscle shape and how she brings that muscle down into her quarter and her stifle. Nice in terms of refinement of teat size. Just becomes a little shorter and thicker there about her neck. I just don't agree quite the femininity there in that female compared to our class winner. Two really nice heifers. Young man here at the cowboy hat sure does a bang-up job. Super nice heifer that's big-bodied. She's stout-ended. Just needs to move a little freer here for us today, but a good type of female that's big-bodied and powerful. Congratulations.
Thanks, Judge LaFrance. And our division champion is entry number 366, LML Samantha 41M, exhibited by Cale McKenzie. And our reserve division is entry number 382, DRT Lonesome Victory 38M, exhibited by Jamie Davidson. And third overall is entry number 415, DRT Lonesome Cordelia 63M, exhibited by Flynn Davidson. And that division was sponsored by Eric Smith's grandma. Moving on to our Gelbvieh 2-year-old, sponsored by More Than Feed. We have one entry in this, and this is a division also. For entry number 441, DRT Lonesome Sapphire Jewel 3L with her calf head side DRT Lonesome Sapphire Gem 10N, exhibited by Cameron Davidson. And this is a division sponsored by MNP. And comments from Judge Maddie on our Gelbvieh 2-year-olds.
A really solid pair to stand here in our Gelby 2-year-old class, one that I think could stand a little bit of competition. A pair that just fits really nice together. They're both super long-sided and nice females. The cow you really have to appreciate. She's got a nice udder on her. She's got a nice foot. Really functional, sound type of females that I think pair together really well.
And our division, sponsored by MNP, is 441 DRT Lonesome Sapphire Jewel 3L, exhibited by Cameron Davidson. And now we will be coming back in for our champion, Gelby female. I think that baby was single entry. So the calf on the cow was our heifer calf champion. It looks like they'll be leaving it on. So first in, out of our yearling division, is entry number 366, LML Samantha 41M, exhibited by Cale McKenzie. And second in our yearling division was entry 382, DRT Lonesome Victory 38M, exhibited by Jamie Davidson. And in our 2-year-old division, which was our calf champion also, is entry 441, DRT Lonesome Sapphire Jewel 3L, with their calf DRT Lonesome Sapphire Gem 10N, exhibited by Cameron Davidson. So this is sponsored by Twin View Livestock, and a reserve champion female is sponsored by Mansas Gelby Association. And it looks like we're ready for comments from Judge Riley LaFrance.
Really nice lineup of Gelby females here. Obviously didn't see a lot of numbers, but I think really, really good cattle. You can appreciate them. They're sound. They're good-footed cattle that have some performance and muscle shape, and they just look like, cattle that you can turn out and offer longevity and just better, the industry. Very useful, very complete. Congratulations, to these Gelby breeders and juniors here on a job very well done. We're going to go ahead. Really like this pair here out of that cow-calf pair class. They'll be your champion. Our reserve will be the young man there with a really nice red yearling heifer. So give a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
And our champion is out of our 2-year-old division, entry 441, DRT Lonesome Sapphire Jewel 3L, exhibited by Cameron Davidson. And our reserve female out of the yearling division is entry 366, LML Samantha 41M, exhibited by Cale McKenzie. They will be coming back for Supreme later today. Again, that was sponsored by Twin View Livestock and Mansas Gelby Association. Moving in to our Hereford division. Looks like we're ready to roll. Our Hereford division, sponsored by Braun Ranching Limited. First in, three in here. Three and then that's it. Yeah. First in, entry number 375, Arthur 900G 37H Shasta 6N, born March 15th, exhibited by Misha Arthur. Following her is entry number 396, KLR Salad 9N, born February 4th, exhibited by Chloe Wagner. Also, entry number 443, KLR Hannah 1N, born January 6th, exhibited by Chloe Wagner. Them three are our only 3 heifer calves in our Hereford division. This sponsored by the Saskatchewan Hereford Association. Can't leave until after the Supreme. The exhibitor draws are going to be made during the Supreme, and so when the Supreme's on, I highly recommend every junior member come up to the show ring, watch the Supreme, And you never know, your name might be drawn for the great exhibitor prizes that they have. Also, I'll remind you through the day, please pick up the garbage around your trailers when you leave. Let's leave this place cleaner than when we got here, so please don't leave any debris. Clean out your tie-out stalls. We can't leave the straw and hay in the tie-out stalls, so please fork it up, throw it in your trailer, take it home, and clean up around your trailer. That'll make this committee extremely happy. That was really recommended for the 6 Mile crew, but anyways. Increasing our presence today, Mr. Clayton Gibson. He is walking up there. Give a big wave, Clayton. Everybody's been looking for you, talking about you. Couldn't wait to see ya. He just buries his head. And looks like we're ready for comments from Judge LaFrance.
A nice trio of Hereford heifer calves here to start off the Hereford division. The heifer calf we have up front is one we find to be just the most complete and put the most things right together. You study her from the side. She's nice up through her front end. She's got a nice sweep to her rib. You get in behind her. She's a stout-made female. She's really sound when she gets on the move. Just a really nice overall complete female that we find to start this class. The heifer here in second, also a really nice outlined and balanced female that we really appreciate for her femininity. Female that in order to compete with our first place heifer, we'd like to just stouten her up a little bit, give her a little more bone work, but a really nice sound and complete female. Rounding off the class, we probably have the biggest framed, longest bodied heifer, one that you really got to appreciate for her muscle shape. She just gets a little straighter hawked, a little rigid on the move to compete with our first two place heifers here today.
Thanks, Judge LaFrance. And our heifer calf champion, and again, this was a division, was entry number 396, KLR Salad 9N, exhibited by Chloe Wagner. And our reserve heifer calf was entry number 375, Arthur 900G 37H, Sashta 6N, exhibited by Misha Arthur. And rounding out the class is entry number 443, KLR Hannah 1N, exhibited by Chloe Wagner. Again, that was sponsored by the Saskatchewan Hereford Association. Moving in to our yearling division, sponsored by Elta Genetics. We have two splits of yearling heifers. First in, entry number 348, WBHR Moonshine 7M, born May 4th from Miamaki. Next in is entry number 444, KLR Test 25M, born April 2nd, exhibited by Chloe Wagner. Following her is entry number 326, ANL ACDR 174 Jade 115 ET 134M, exhibited by Rowan Shire. And following her is entry number 301, Glen Lee's 112 Nuance 94M, born March 4th, exhibited by Emma Lees. And rounding out the class is entry number 336, Glen Lee's 24E Cameo Girl 92M, born March 3rd, exhibited by Becca Lees. This is our first split, in our yearling heifer division, sponsored by Elta Genetics. Heifers, I will give our judge for the day their bio. Riley and Madison LaFrance work alongside Riley's parents at Wheatland Cattle Company near Beanfate, Saskatchewan. The operation consists of 350 Simmental and Angus cows. They also hold an annual bull sale every March, selling bulls to seed stock and commercial producers. They have shown cattle across North America and have exhibited numerous national champions at Brandon AgEx, Farm Fair International, and Canadian Western Exhibition, along with the Toronto Royal. Riley graduated from K-State and was a member of the Reserve National Champion Livestock Judging Team. He was also awarded an All-American Livestock Judging Award, which combines academic and judging performance. Since graduation, Riley has returned back home to the family operation and has judged at every major show in Canada and throughout the United States. Madison grew up as the sixth generation on her family's purebred and commercial cattle operation, the Compass Ranch. She now has her own graphic design business, Compass Creative, and works with various seed stock producers to promote their programs through catalogs, advertisements, logos, and photography. Riley and Madison are honored to be invited to judge Young Ranchmans. I don't know if Riley was here when I was just throwing the plug out there about what happened just about yesterday in the K-State UND football game. He's got a smirk on his face, and he knows that they dodged a bullet there, but I don't know if that was even a win. Looks like we're ready for comments from Judge LaFrance on our first split of Hereford Heifers.
Really good class of Hereford females here, and very, very deep in quality. I think probably one of the classes right from the first heifer on down to the bottom. You can find a lot of very good, useful parts. You know, I think here on top we never side away from the heifer that we used to win, Maddie and I think that's just really our type of cattle. You know, she's powerful, she's good at the ground in terms of her feet and her movements right. Just a very bold rib, wide gauge, you know, stout-ended one that's just very powerful. But as a young lady gets her stopped and parked here, definitely just has a look of quality and balance. Very high-quality female to start. The heifer in second, again, very intriguing and, you know, striking to look at. The way her neck ties out there on the top of her shoulders, really good. We like her length of body and her levelness. I think where, you know, she soared second for us, she just doesn't have the same boldness of forerib and body as the heifer that wins the class. She doesn't have that same muscle shape right into her stifle. Really like her pattern and on her lines, good-footed, up-headed, and elevated there, very fresh. Two really nice heifers there on top. Heifer here in third is a powerhouse heifer, big-framed, you know, she's big boned, really stout ended. Probably for Maddie and I just becomes a little piecey as you see her in through her shoulder and her forerib. Would like to see her utilize her hind leg a bit more flexible there, but big, stout, and powerful. There's a lot to that female. Taking nothing away here from this really hairy for this young lady does an awesome job with. Good at the ground in terms of her movement and her structure. I guess to the point sometimes she's probably almost got a little extra bend there to her hock. But I think the reason she kind of sorts down for us, I just don't see the same body and dimension there. She doesn't read with the same curvature and boldness to her rib. You step in behind her, I think if you kind of look under the hair a bit, she is a little bit narrower to her pins. We really like the profile, though. That young lady's done an awesome job showing that heifer. There's a lot of quality in that female as well. Really a nice dark red-necked heifer here to round off the class. Just a little bit frailer and flatter. Nothing wrong with that kind. She's sound, big-bodied, just doesn't have some of the extras. Super good class again. Congratulations.
In our first split of yearling Hereford Heifers, winning first class, entry number 301, Glenn Lees, 112 Nuance, 94M, exhibited by Emma Lees. And also joining her for our yearling division will be entry number 336, Glenn Lees, 24E Cameo Girl, 92M, exhibited by Becca Lees. Following her, third overall was entry number 326, A&L ACDR, 174 Jade, 115 ET, 134M, exhibited by Rowan Shire. Fourth overall was entry number 348, WBHR Moonshine 7M, exhibited by Mia Mackey. And rounding out the class, entry 444, KLR Test 25M, exhibited by Chloe Wagner. Next class is our second split of Hereford Heifers, waiting for one. This class is sponsored by Gillespie Hereford Ranch. And we're ready to go. First in, entry number 364, Moorhaven 1K, Estelle 23M, born February 24th, exhibited by Cole Hewitt. Next in, entry number 309, A&L 40K, Corey 180K, 62M, born February 13th, exhibited by Brendan Lishka. Following him is entry number 445, BR 11K, Laffey 62M, born February 7th, exhibited by Chloe Wagner. Following her is entry number 401, Oaks Rose 4019 ET, exhibited by Ava Mackey. And rounding out the class is entry number 305, Glenn Lees SNBR Hands Up ET 1M, born January 3rd, exhibited by Kyla Lees.
Talk about
Johnny went out one day with a shotgun by his side. His family, they didn't trust him to keep them all alive. He stumbled upon a black bear and knocked down his gun. Johnny couldn't reach it, so he fixed up to run. The bear caught up to Johnny, knocked him to the ground. Johnny thought it was little girl and he beat that bear down. Well, the moral of the story, if there's a woman by his side, there's nothing just to stay alive, stay alive. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun till it's done. And you're the one. Johnny went out walking, he hitched for a ride. He came across a pretty girl who took him inside. And Johnny asked the pretty girl if he could take her hand. She became his wife and they bought a piece of land. Well, they raised up a family and they raised up the wood. They built their first cottage and it held like it should. Well, Johnny told the pretty girl, darling, I love you so. She looked back at Johnny and said, Johnny boy, I know, I know. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun till it's done. You're the one. Johnny went out one day with a shotgun by his side. His family, they did trust him to keep them all alive. He stumbled upon a black bear who knocked down his gun. Johnny couldn't reach it, so he fixed up to run. The bear caught up to Johnny and knocked him to the ground. Johnny thought it was a little girl, Lord, he beat that bear down. The moral of the story, if there's a woman by your side, there's nothing that a man won't do just to stay alive, stay alive. And we all shine a light, little darling. All want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun till it's done. You're the one. If I'm honest.
Looks like we're ready for comments from Judge Riley LaFrance on our second split of yearling Hereford heifers.
Really good class again. A lot of differences in type and kind there, as Maddie and I were just talking about. You can find something in here kind of for everybody. With saying that, though, I think here the heifer on top we kind of landed on. Just very functional, I think, and practical. Big-bodied and easy fleshing in that image. Heifer that's definitely sound and reaches and flexes right. Her teats are maybe just a little closer together than what I'd prefer, but I think there's a lot of good in that female. Just very useful type cattle. I think a female that's built to offer some longevity. The heifer in second, I think it's close there between them two. She's stouter. I like her added muscle shape and how she comes in through her stifle. She's a heifer probably, obviously doesn't have quite the hair coat as a few of the other ones. Just read her to probably just be a tick flatter there in terms of her forerib and back into her flank compared to that heifer that wins. There's some trade-offs amongst those two. I do prefer that heifer's teats better. There's some give and take on those two. Heifer here in three is the barely big outline, long-bodied one that's super big framed. I guess she's probably a little on the upper end of things in terms of frame size for us. just like to set her down there in her tail head just a little bit and strengthen her up there in that rear pasture. But a big, stout, powerful, long-bodied heifer. There's a lot to that female. That young lady does a great job showing her as well. Heifer here that comes next in line definitely has got some stoutness to her and some boldness. We like that about her. She remains quite level down her top line here as we watch her go. Just like to modify just that udder a little bit, clean her up in her underline, give her a shot more there in her forerib and flank. Really a deep-sided heifer here that rounds off the class. Would like just to give her a shot more here, there in her rear foot. Female that's big-bodied and easy fleshing. Just becomes a little too compact there through her front end. A little like to fix her down her top and in her loin there. But really good class. Very useful type of female to conclude the class as well. Good group of kids. Congratulations.
Thanks, Judge. And coming back for a division champion will be entry number 364, Moorhaven 1K Estill 23M, exhibited by Cole Hewitt. And joining her will be entry number 305, Glenn Lees, SNBR, Hands Up, ET1M, exhibited by Kyla Lees. Following her was entry number 401, Oaks Rose, 4019 ET, exhibited by Ava Mackey. Next in, fourth overall was entry number 309, ANL, 40K Corey, 180K, 62M, exhibited by Brendan Lishka. And rounding out the class is entry number 445, BR, 11K, Laffy, 62M, exhibited by Chloe Wagner. Now we're into our division champion sponsored by SaskTel in our Hereford division. Out of the first class was winning the first class is entry number 301, Glenn Lees, 112 Nuance, 94M, exhibited by Emma Lees. And joining her out of Class 1 was entry number 336, Glenn Lees, 24E Cameo Girl, 92M, exhibited by Becca Lees. Out of Class number 2 was entry number 364, Moorhaven 1K Estill, 23M, exhibited by Cole Hewitt. And second, and joining in the champion yearling champion division was entry number 305, Glenn Lees, SNBR, Hands Up, ET1M, exhibited by Kyla Lees. And again, this division is sponsored by SaskTel.
Really solid bred heifer division here on the Hereford side of things. I think 4 females that when you picture the Hereford cow or the Hereford female, they really exemplify that. I guess with that, we're going to go with 2 that we think fit together kind of the best and are of the highest quality, and that'll be the 2 out of our first class here. Congratulations.
And our champions out of class number 1 is entry number 301, Glenn Lees, 112 Nuance, 94M by Emma Lees. And our reserve division champion is entry 336, Glenn Lees, 24E Cameo Girl, 92M, exhibited by Becca Lees. Moving on to our Hereford 2-year-old pair, sponsored by Bertram Herefords. We only have one pair, and this will be a division, also sponsored by OBI Livestock. Whenever we're ready, come on in. Entry number 446 is WBHR Ladylike 1L with her baby outside, WBHR Noteworthy 1N, exhibited by Ava Mackey. And that's the only entry in our 2-year-old division, which is sponsored by OBI Livestock. Ava had to bring the big trailer to fit all her livestock in that she brought. And here's our comments on our 2-year-old Hereford cow.
young lady here has brought us a really good set of Hereford cattle throughout the afternoon. Again, here a 2-year-old pair that she brings us that definitely can appreciate. Very solid-footed cow that's sound in her makeup. Definitely, adequate in terms of her udder. And definitely a cow that's going to offer some longevity. Really like the heifer calf at her side. Dark in her color, long and extended. A female that's got some body. I told the young lady, I said, you got a really good pigment too. Both red-necked and goggle-eyed. Really fit together and complement each other. So nice pair. Congratulations. Give her a round of applause.
And our 2-year-old champion is entry number 446, WBHR Ladylike 1L, exhibited by Ava Mackey. And again, that was sponsored by OBI Livestock. Moving in to our mature Hereford pair, we have one entry number 447, A&L Meg Hannah 92B 44F, with her calf at side, KLR Hannah 1N, exhibited by Chloe Wagner. This is a division also sponsored by Braun Ranch Limited. One entry. Right after this class will be our Grand Champion Hereford Drive, sponsored by Hills Galore Stock Farm. And here is our comments from Judge LaFrance on our mature Hereford class.
A nice single entry here in our mature cow class. We actually have an 8-year-old cow. That goes to show you the longevity that is in the Hereford breed. And I think when you study them, I think her calf is going to be a little bit better than Mama. They're stout, powerful type of females, and pair that just fit really well together. And you got to commend this 8-year-old cow for still doing a heck of a job.
And our mature champions, entry number 447, A&L Meg Hannah 92B 44F, exhibited by Chloe Wagner. And they will be turning around and coming right back in for our champion Hereford female. Now, how's the Wagner family going to sort all this out? They're going to have half the barn to help them show. All right, first in, our heifer calf champion. It was entry number 396, KLR Salad 9N, born February 4th, exhibited by Chloe Wagner. And following her was entry number 375, Arthur 900G 37H Shasta 6N, born March 15th, exhibited by Meisha Arthur. And that is our heifer calf champions. Into our yearling division. Our champion yearling was entry number 301, Glen Lee's 112 Nuance 94M, exhibited by Emma Lees. And our reserve yearling heifer was entry number 336, Glen Lee's 24E Cameo Girl 92M, exhibited by Becca Lees. Into our 2-year-old division, we have entry number 446, WBHR Ladylike 1L, exhibited by Ava Mackey. And then our mature cow division, we have entry number 447, A&L Meg Hannah 92B 44F, exhibited by Chloe Wagner. And that is rounding out our Hereford female division, our Grand Champion Hereford female division, sponsored by Hills Galore Stock Farms and Wagner Veterinary Services.
Awesome lineup of Hereford females here in our championship drive. Again, commend these exhibitors. Give them a nice round of applause. Really promising group here, start right up front with some heifer calves. I think they got a ton of future, and we like, just their look and their build and lines, and I think, they're just the type that are going to continue and progress to get better and better with time, and they can come back here a year from now and be really, really nice breds. We didn't do a pair of bred heifers there that you definitely really appreciate, just very useful, good type of cattle. A 2-year-old pair here that's very functional and practical with a really good calf there at her side, and a mature cow there that was an 8-year-old cow with a big stout January calf. So there's something again here for everybody. Lots of differences in type and kind and what you want and how you like to breed them at home. There's a place for all of them in the industry, and that's important to have something that, like I say, just because it works for one person doesn't mean it works for the next. So we need a little bit of definitely some diversity within this industry, and I think you can find that out here. So there's a pair of them that I think to Maddie and I stick together, and she's going to go show you which two they are. But again, congratulations to you young people. Great set of Hereford females here we've seen.
Our grand champion Hereford female out of the yearling division is entry number 301, Glen Lee's 112 Nuance 94M, exhibited by Emma Lees. And following her is entry number 336 out of the yearling division, Glen Lee's 24E Cameo Girl 92M, exhibited by Becca Lees. Keeping it in the family, girls. Good job. Again, that was sponsored by Hills Galore Stock Farm and Wagner Veterinary Services. Thank you to them sponsors. We'll be moving on to our Red Angus division, our heifer calves. While this is getting lined up, a couple extra thank yous that we need to say. Mark and Shayna Forsyth, Ross Davidson, who has been in and out of the show ring helping. He's in right now. And Aiden Claremont. Thank you guys so much. Also in the tent behind us, Doug Williamson, Judy Smith, Naomi Greenwood, and the very special Eric's grandma. That's what I mean. That way I looked after both of them in one word. All right. The purebred heifer, or the Red Angus division, heifer calves, sponsored by Anderson Cattle Company Incorporated. First in, entry number 367, Red Clear Choctaw Miss 72N, born February 22nd, exhibited by Peyton Allen. Following her is entry number 342, Red Clear Goldie 56N, born February 11th, exhibited by Reese Allen. Next in is entry number 329, Red CS Lola 11N, born January 22nd, exhibited by Shelton Grabler. And rounding out the class is entry number 338, Red Coburn Cora 5002, born January 17th, exhibited by Lexi Coburn.
An auburn hair sitting.
LaFrance on our heifer calf, Red Angus heifer calves.
A nice way to start the Red Angus division here with a heifer calf that I think we land on quite easily for Riley and I. A female that when she gets her stopped and parked, there is one you just have to really appreciate for her brood cow character and her depth of body and the shape that she has. Just a really functional female that I think balances up really nice and goes ahead and wins this class quite handily. Heifer here in second is a really nice long-bodied, feminine-made female, one that we would just like to give her a little more depth of body, a little more bone and footwork underneath of her to compete with our first-place female, but once again, a really long-sided female that balances up nice. Heifer here in third is once again a long-bodied, bigger-framed female, one that just gets a little bit rounder in her muscle shape, a little bit shallower about her body. Rounding off the class is a heifer that we find just to be a little bit more moderate, a little bit more compact, but one you really have to appreciate for the way she ties out the front side of her shoulder, one that gives you a nice look, but once again, just a little moderate, compact to compete with our females here today.
And in our heifer calf class, which is also a division sponsored by Running JR Ranch, first over winning the class is entry number 338, Red Coburn Cora, 5002, exhibited by Lexi Coburn. Second in class and reserve division heifer calf is entry number 329, Red CS Lola 11N, exhibited by Shelton Grabler. Third in class was entry number 367, Red Clear Choctaw Miss 72N, exhibited by Peyton Allen. And fourth in class is entry number 342, Red Clear Goldie 56N, exhibited by Reese Allen. Sorry, the first one was Peyton. Moving in to our yearling division. Moving into our yearling division, we have two classes in our Red Angus yearlings, sponsored by Wilbar Cattle Company. First in, entry number 378, L83 Muggsy, 423M, born March 3rd, exhibited by Mesa Bartle. Following her is entry number 448, Red Clear Countess, 58M, born February 19th, exhibited by Peyton Allen. Following her is entry number 410, Red Rockin' A Heather 11M, born February 17th, exhibited by Sterling Anderson. Next in is entry number 362, Red Wood Coulee Karuba, 414M, born February 12th, exhibited by Addison Forsyth. Next up is entry 449, Red Coburn Lassie, 4071, born February 12th, exhibited by Lexi Coburn. And rounding out the class is entry number 450, Red Clear Sheba, 42M, born February 3rd, exhibited by Reese Allen. And this class is sponsored by Wilbar Cattle Company. Again, if you are a class winner or a division, please come sign your thank you cards behind the announcer stand, and you'll get your money for your class winner or second place or division. Thank a few sponsors that make this weekend go on without a hitch, and for these kids to have the experience they have. EBT, Chartered Professional Accountants, Montgomery & Sons Sales Limited, Reed Ranching, North American Helium, Breed Creek Ranch Incorporated, Bullseye, Sass Lotteries, Bow Valley Genetics, Syngenta, Box W Land and Cattle Company, Trow Nutrition, MNP, Showstopper Show Feed, Master Feeds, T-Bar C Cattle Company, 3 Dot Holdings, Borison Marketing Services, Sega, Cattleman's Golf Swift Current, Sass Milk, Southwest Animal Health Center, Innovation Credit Union, FCC, Duracon Concrete Corp, and Bovagen. And I don't want to forget about the major sponsors, JGL Livestock, Partners in Agriculture, and South Country Equipment out of Moose Jaw. Thank you so much to them sponsors for helping us make this show happen.
Every day brings new light to help us on our way. Always taking my breath, whether sun or rain. The wind will carry us over that horizon we see. It's getting closer. This is why we live. For moments like this. This is why we live. For moments like this.
Really good class here again, right from front to back. Some differences, I think, is from second on through. There can be some controversy and some give and take depending on what you like and kind of where they're at. I can see them getting flip-flopped, quite a bit. The heifer on top, though, Maddie and I are pretty rock solid on her. I think she needs to win quite handily. That's a really good-looking heifer that's just very powerful. You like the shape and the boldness there she has through her rib cage. Really nice there in her teat size and how that udder is coming along at this stage and still remains fresh enough there as you study her through her front end. If you were to get really picky on her, she's just maybe a little rougher over that tail head, but there's so much quality in that female and just striking and still to have that kind of boldness and shape to her is very intriguing. It's a really nice heifer to win. Heifer here in second again, I think just probably lands as being the next most complete, a female that has some shape and width there as you study her from behind. She just doesn't have just the frame size and power there as our class winner, gives up some volume. I'd like to change her a little bit, the way she moves and comes off her front knee there a little bit to the ground, but still refined in her teats. I find some quality and some muscle shape in that heifer in second as well. A little different type of heifer here in third. This young lady does a great job showing her. She's really long-bodied and extended, really nice there in her teat size and refinement as well. She comes to the ground a little bit frailer. She's really a long-sided heifer. With that, probably gives the illusion that she's just a little bit flatter there in her forerib. She doesn't have the same sweep back in through her flank, but some very useful parts in that female. Young girl does an awesome job showing her. More of a moderate, really tanky one here that comes next. She's got a tremendous amount of rib. For us, I'd like to change her foot shape a little bit. She gets a little flat in her heel, longer about her toe, but there's a ton of rib and body into that female. She tends just to break a little bit behind her shoulder, but we love the rib and the body that you find in her. Very practical and easy doing in her kind. Heifer here that comes next, got some more frame and extension. We like that about her. Fresh in terms of her condition. A female that just gets coarser about her teats there. We could square her up in her hind leg. Just need to punch her up and widen her out a bit as you study her from either end. Like her length, like her extension, definitely some quality in her as well. A female that rounds off the class here has got some muscle shape to her as well. A female that's got some frame size and some performance. Just need to fix her top line a little bit as we watch her go down her tail head. But a female, like we say, got some length of bodies, got some muscle, just doesn't balance up as nice there as the front heifers. But really good class again. Congratulations.
Thanks, Judge LaFrance. And our first split of yearling heifers sponsored by Wilbar Cattle Company. First in class was entry number 449, Red Coburn Lassie, 4071, exhibited by Lexi Coburn. Second in class, entry number 378, L83 Muggsy, 423M, exhibited by Mesa Bartle. Third, entry 410, Red Rockin' A Heather 11M, exhibited by Sterling Anderson. Fourth, 362, Red Wood Cooley Karuba 414M, exhibited by Addison Forsyth. Fifth, 450, Red Clear Sheba 42M, exhibited by Reese Allen. And rounding out the class is entry 448, Red Clear Countess 58M, exhibited by Peyton Allen. Moving in to our second split of yearling heifers, sponsored by Coburn Red Angus. First in, entry number 412, Red LV Miss Dallas 21M, born February 2nd, exhibited by Corbin Martinson. Next in is entry number 424, Red LV Rena 19M, born February 1st, exhibited by Jace Martinson. Following her is entry number 315, Red Redrich Jill 51M, born January 30th, exhibited by Michael Fair Clausen. Following that is entry number 451, Red Blair's West Inatix 6M, exhibited by Lexi Coburn. Next up is 303, Red Rich Firefly 141M, born January 24th, exhibited by Lexi Dietrich. And rounding out the class is entry number 452, Red Clear Sheba 32M, born January 3rd, exhibited by Austin Allen. This is our second split of yearling heifers. They will be vying to come back for our champion yearling division. That division is sponsored by Glen Gable Angus. And here's our comments from Judge LaFrance on our second split of yearling Angus heifers.
Super good class here again, Maddie, and I think lots of quality right from one end to the other. There's some differences. Again, I guess, if I was to be, 100% honest with you, if we could take about 100 pounds off our class winner, I think she kind of runs away with it. She is probably just a little on the overdone side for me at this stage, but there's still so much good to that female. She's just huge-bodied and just so maternal and cowy in her look, and she still handles it good at the ground. She's definitely adequate in terms of her feet and her angles and her movement, but it's just hard to ignore. She's put a pile of time in, I'm sure, on that heifer to have a beautiful hair coat like that, and I read her to be so maternal about her head. Like I say, if I was just to get fussy, we could just lean her up just a skosh, but I just think there's too much good to ignore to beat her for that reason. It's a very good heifer to win. The heifer that's here in second, obviously isn't blessed with the same hair coat, but I think a lot of good that you find in that female, just very functional in her kind. She's a big-bodied heifer that's got some dimension to her and some shape there as you get in behind her. She's adequate there, I would say, in her udder development at this stage. She probably becomes just a little shorter from hooks to pins for us. I just don't think she has quite the length and levelness there as our class winner, but a very good female as well that follows in second. The heifer here in third, we like her pattern and her extension. Young man does a great job getting her shown. He's having a great time. We like her frame, and her length of body's really good. She's very shapely. I like where she's at from a condition standpoint. She's probably one to us that just gets a little off right in behind her shoulder and deviates there just a little bit. Wants to just turn in her hock a little bit as you watch her go away. But a lot of good and power in that female. Young man here with the cowboy hat that comes next, doing a great job again. That heifer to us just gets a little shorter and straighter off either end. We love her body and that feminine head that she has. Just like to fix her there a little bit in terms of her movement. Red heifer there that comes next. It's big body, just needs to be squared up from hooks to pins. Really a long-sided, youthful appearing heifer there that rounds off the class. Just need the modifier from a balance standpoint. Super good class. Again, congratulations to all those kids. Job well done.
Thanks, Judge LaFrance. First in class and coming back for our division is entry number 303, Red Rich Firefly 141M, exhibited by Lexi Dietrich. And following her was entry number 451, Red Blair's Inatex 6M, exhibited by Lexi Dietrich. Third in class was entry number 424, Red LV Rena 19M, exhibited by Jace Martinson. Fourth in class is entry number 412, Red LV Miss Dallas 21M, exhibited by Corbin Martinson. Fifth in class was number 315, Red Rich Jill 51M, exhibited by Michael Fair Clausen. And rounding out the class is entry number 452, Red Clear Sheba 32M, exhibited by Austin Allen. Now we're moving into our division, sponsored by Glen Gable Angus. Out of our first class is entry number 449, Red Coburn Lass 4071, exhibited by Lexi Coburn. And second in our first class was entry number 378, L83 Muggsy 423M, exhibited by Mesa Bartle. Following them, out of class number 2, our winner was entry number 303, Red Rich Firefly 141M, exhibited by Lexi Dietrich. And second in class was entry number 451, Red Blair's Anatics 6M, exhibited by Lexi Coburn. One thing about this is Ward couldn't mess up which ones he had to send in.
A really nice division here of Red Angus bred heifers. Really solid group. I think what we're going to do is we just like the added power and dimension here in the first female out of the first class. With her being a little lighter condition, we still rate her to have a little more true shape and a little more true body. We really like the way she ties out of her front end there. She's going to go off and win your division. And the heifer here out of the second class, once again, like I said, really nice female. Just like to trim her down on her weight here. I don't think she has quite as much true shape and dimension as the division winner, but a really solid heifer that we really like.
Thanks, Judge LaFrance. And our winner out of our first split, entry 449, Red Coburn Lass, 4071, exhibited by Lexi Coburn. And out of our reserve division was out of the second split, entry number 303, Red Ridge Firefly 141M, exhibited by Lexi Dietrich. Too many Lexis. Again, that was sponsored by Glen Gable Angus. Moving on to our 2-year-old division, sponsored by Rocky Road Red Angus. First in, entry number 453, Red Flying K Electra 72L with calf at side Red Fish Creek Cash 72N, exhibited by Colt Needham. And next in is entry number 454, Red Double B Larkaba 307 with her calf at side Red Living Skies Larkaba 507N, exhibited by Owen Moore. These calves are February 20th and February 7th. And this is also a division sponsored by the Saskatchewan Angus Association.
It's got a very promising heifer calf, so congratulations.
In our 2-year-old division, sponsored by Rocky Road Angus, First in class was entry number 453, Red Flying K Electra, exhibited by Colt Needham. And second in class is entry number 454, Red Double B Larkaba, 307, exhibited by Owen Moore. Again, that was a division sponsored by the Saskatchewan Angus Association. Moving in to our mature cow, sponsored by the Saskatchewan Angus Association. Entry number 455, Red 6 Mile Miss Minerva, 667J, with her baby outside. Red CS Mr. Watonka, 1N, exhibited by Shelton Grabler. Again, we can't have a Red Angus show without having a little shot of 6 Mile in here. It wouldn't have been correct. And this is a division sponsored by Steen Angus. We've got some viewership online from Hutchinson, Kansas, and also from Brenham, Texas. Yeah, the brothers from another mother are both watching. They're down in college. If I ain't mistaken, I think Riley went to Hutch to start his 2-year, didn't you? Yep. So Riley's in Brenham. 2 of our alumni that have been here since, I don't know, early on, are down in the States now. One's at the same school Riley went to. That's Eric Smith. And our son is down in at Blinn College in Brenham, Texas.
Really nice mature pair here to start this class with. I know it's always said that you get a single entry class, they could always handle some more competition, but definitely I think that holds true here. Really a nice cow. Love that udder, teat size and suspension. I think is just ideal. A cow that's got some frame size and some length of body and remains very feminine. Good solid foot underneath of her as well. Big bull calf there at her side that's very, very powerful, big testicled individual. It'll be fun to watch him progress as he continues on. But a lot of future and promise there, and it's hard to ignore when these really nice, pretty cows with a great udder like that produce a big, stout bull calf. It's very impressive. So congratulations.
Congratulations. Our mature cow, entry number 455, Red 6 Mile Miss Minerva, exhibited by Shelton Grabler. And that is also a division champion. And now we're moving in to our grand champion, Red Angus female. First in, our heifer calf division. Our grand champion was entry number 338, Red Coburn Cora 5002, exhibited by Lexi Coburn. And second, our reserve heifer calf champion was entry number 329, Red CS Lola 11N, exhibited by Shelton Grabler. Moving in to our yearling division. Our champion yearling heifer was entry number 449, Red Coburn Lassie, 4071, exhibited by Lexi Coburn. And our reserve yearling heifer was entry number 303, Red Rich Firefly 141M, exhibited by Lexi Dietrich. Moving in to our 2-year-old pair. Is entry number 453, Red Flying K Electra, 72L, exhibited by Colt Needham. And our reserve 2-year-old was entry number 454, Red Double B Larkaba 307, exhibited by Owen Moore. And then our mature cow, entry number 455, Red 6 Mile Miss Minerva 667J, exhibited by Shelton Grabler. And that is our Red Angus Champion Drive, sponsored by Wright Cattle Company, and our reserve Red Angus female, sponsored by Clear Red Angus.
Angus females here again. If you will, give them a nice round of applause. This is pretty darn exciting to see. It started strong and it darn sure ended strong, and everything in between with what it's, you know, what you'd expect. It's you know, fun to judge them, cattle of this quality and caliber, and I'm sure that there's a lot of these cattle that it's been generations of mating and trying to make them, you know, look like this and put cow families together and do everything that it takes. I think, you know, you get out here in the end and you can talk yourself a few different directions depending on what your preferences are. You know, it kind of boils down to a pair of them for us that you can go back and forth on and chitter chatter however you like it. But, you know, I wouldn't, to be honest, it'd be just nice to take them all home and utilize them, because, you know, we can pick our favorite what we do today, but you know, we'll really pick our favorite when we can put them into production and see what they can do, and you know, generate some bull calves for our sale or females for a production sale, and you know, I think these females definitely are that caliber that can do that and make a big impact. So congratulations to all you Red Angus exhibitors and breeders and families that have gotten them to this point. Very exciting to see. Maddie will go out and show you a couple champions, but very impressive lineup here.
And our grand champion female out of a mature division is entry 455, Red 6 Mile Miss Minerva 667J, exhibited by Shelton Grabler. And a reserve female out of the yearling division goes to entry number 449, Red Coburn Lassie 4071, exhibited by Lexi Coburn. And again, that sponsor was by Wright Cattle Company and Clear Red Angus. Congratulations, Red Angus breeders. Moving on to our Black Angus division. We'll be rolling in here in just a second.
And I believe you belong down here.
Riverfront Beauty 579N, born February 23rd, exhibited by Greeley Robertson. Following her is entry number 497, Black Hills Beauty 22N, born February 17th, exhibited by Katie Kolonowski. Next in is entry number 363, Riverfront Beauty 559N, born February 11th, exhibited by Dryden Robertson. Following him is entry number 456, Red Ridge Classified 1N, born February 3rd, exhibited by Lexi Dietrich. Next in is entry number 322, Fryburn Blackbird 22N, born February 1st, exhibited by Joran Fry. And following him is entry number 337, Scheideggen GBL Gold Princess 126N, born January 26th, exhibited by Sage Buchanan. And rounding out our first class of heifer calves is entry number 395, McMahon Duchess 614N, born January 22nd, exhibited by Autumn Wilkie. And again, this class is sponsored by Switzer Angus. Here's our comments on our first class of Black Angus heifers from Judge LaFrance.
Really good class here to start, and you know, you always expect the Black Angus female show to be really good, and definitely start with some fire right off the bat. There's a lot of quality right from one end to the other. You know, you can pick kind of what you like, and we're at a difference, you know, in some size along the way and maturity and parts and pieces, but I think, you know, it's just a whole, there's some very useful type cattle out here. You know, Maddie and I think the heifer here on top is just the most complete in her type and kind for us. We like her frame size, her length, her freshness, her structure is really good, and she's just kind of the combination heifer that puts everything together. It just paints a beautiful silhouette there as the young lady gets her stopped and parked. Really like this heifer in second. She's a skosh more modern, like her in terms of her shape, the way she comes there out of her pin set. Female that's good at the ground in terms of her foot size and bone work. She gets a little bolder probably about her front end, just wants to splay out just a skosh there in that front end, but I think young man's got a really nice project there to continue to work with, a lot of quality in that female as well. Our third place heifer probably closely resembles our class winner just in terms of frame size and length. Really like that heifer, a lot of useful parts and body and rib to her. She becomes a little shorter from her shoulder up to her head, a little more chest floor in her, but we like the length, the body that we find, just very maternal and broody in her image. Really a good female there that's sure got a lot of future. Heifer here that comes next has a bit more extension up through her front end. She's a little awkward just in the build of her hip and her hind leg here. Wants to get just a little high there in the center of her back as we watch her go, but very striking. Young man's done a great job presenting her. She's highly presented. Good heifer there, just like to modify her top line through her loin there just a bit. Just a big bodied, very practical one that comes next. She's a little bit flatter and comes to the ground a little frailer for us. We could just amp her up there, but we like her body and just that maternal image that she gives us. A very unique heifer here that comes next, I think, that has some pieces that you can really tie into. You know, she probably is on the smaller side for February in this lineup, really extreme and extended up through that front end. She's big pinned, just doesn't really fit together. She comes in a couple more pieces here today, down her top line and behind her shoulder. Big bodied, really wide gauge one that rounds off the class, just becomes quite a bit plainer and rounder, but a lot of performance and body in that female as well. Super good class there to start. Congratulations.
In our first class of heifer calves, first in class was entry number 337, Scheideggen GBL Gold Princess 126N, exhibited by Sage Buchanan. Following her was entry number 386, Riverfront Beauty 579N, exhibited by Bob Robertson. Third in class was entry number 456, Red Ridge Classified 1N, exhibited by Lexi Dietrich. Fourth in class was entry number 322, Fryburn Blackbird 22N, exhibited by Jordan Fry. Fifth in class, entry number 497, Black Hills Beauty 22N, exhibited by Katie Kolonowski. Sixth in class was entry number 363, Riverfront Beauty 559N, exhibited by Dryden Robertson. And rounding out the class was entry number 395, McMahon Duchess 614N, exhibited by Autumn Wilkie. Moving into split number 2 of our Black Angus heifer calves, our final split, sponsored by Pebble Ridge Farms. First in was entry number 496, McMahon Priceless 608N, born January 18th, exhibited by Chevy Machette. Following him is entry number 327, Dusty Hollow Pride 503N, born January 14th, exhibited by Ryan Finkel. Next in is entry number 411, Brooking Rose 5077, born January 13th, exhibited by Kiefer Morrison. Next in is entry number 341, BJ's 315, Jilt 530, born January 9th, exhibited by Logan Sherlink. Following her is entry number 344, FRL Miss Morrison 506N, born January 8th, exhibited by Lila Forsyth. Next up is 458, Riverfront Tibby 503N, born January 8th, exhibited by Greeley Robertson. And rounding out the class is entry number 347, Twin Creek Countess 1N, born January 7th, exhibited by Kaylin Bartle. Again, this class is sponsored by Pebble Ridge Farms. Don't forget, if you were first, second in class, or of course then in the division, you have to go and sign your thank you card to get your prize money. Also, if you have not picked up your cool backpack that says Young Ranchman's 2025 on it, they are in the show office, which is the co-op barn, and stop and pick yours up. Again, I'd like to thank our committee members, Callie and Tyson Hertz, Susie and Clint Smith, Lauren and Jim Bust, and Nikki Henderson. They put in hours and hours of work to make this show what it is. Along with that, we've had various ring help today. We've had Jade Sibbald's kind of been in all day. Ty Swan, been in pretty much all day. Corrine Gibson, pretty much the same thing. Callie Hertz, pretty much the same thing. And we've had an addition that's come in for quite a while now, Ross Davidson. Oh, and we've just got the new best ring person that just showed up, Rusty Hertz. What do you think, buddy? Were you swimming today with Grandpa and Grandma? Yeah. Last night. Right on.
Barely makes a sound. Daddy's
Looks like we're ready for comments on our second split of Angus heifer calves.
Really good class here again. A lot of quality right from front to back. Maddie and I think a pretty comfortable place here to start on top. It's a female you sure like. She's powerful. She's big-bodied. She's feminine. She just gives you that image of that ideal Angus female. Built really good and structures right. And young man does a nice job presenting her. Very comfortable place to start. If here in second, I think just very cowy. We like that about her. She's big-bodied. She's bold-sprung. We like the shape. She's even probably got a bit more stifle and quarter than our class winner. She does just get a little bit up right there in her shoulder, just wants to splay out a nickel there in her front end. We love the rib and the body and just how powerful that female is. Really good heifer there to follow in second. Really a long-sided, heavy structured one here that comes in third. Probably a little flatter, obviously, in her hair coat, and that kind of, makes her a little rougher there over her tailhead. Heifer that probably we just like to square up a little bit in her hock as we watch her go, but lots of useful parts in that female as well, a lot of performance. Young man here brings us a nice outlined heifer that's long and extended. She comes to the ground a little bit. Frailer wants to hockey in just a little bit as we watch her go away from us. She does just get a little open there in her shoulder, but there's a lot of neat pieces to that female as she continues to grow and mature. A little different type of female here that comes next, really extended there through her front end, tightened through her chest floor. Just like to widen that one out, give her some more boldness there in her forerib and down in through her hip and stifle, but like the outline, a lot of future in that heifer. Really a big-bodied, moderate one here that comes next, just becomes quite a bit plainer through her front end. A little bit of navel there we'd like to clean up that just kind of falls out from a balance standpoint, comes to the ground a little bit frailer. Young man concludes the class with a really shapely, wide-based heifer. She's one that just gets a little coarser and rounder off either end for us, but a lot of performance and muscle you find in that female. Really good class of Angus heifer calves again.
Thanks, Judge. And first in class and coming back for our division champion is entry number 411, Brookings Rose 5077, exhibited by Kiefer Morrison. And second in class and joining him is entry number 341, BJ's 315 Jilt 530, exhibited by Logan Sherlink. Third in class, entry 347, Twin Creek Countess 1N, exhibited by Kaylin Bartle. Fourth in class, 458, Riverfront Tibby 503N, exhibited by Greeley Robertson. Fifth in class, entry 327, Dusty Hollow Pride 503N, exhibited by Ryan Finkel. Sixth in class, entry 344, FRL Miss Morrison 506N, exhibited by Layla Forsyth. And seventh in class is entry number 496, McMahon Priceless 608N, exhibited by Chevy Machette. Moving in to our Heifer Calf Champion Division, sponsored by Waldner Land and Cattle. First in, out of our first split, is entry number 337, Scheideggen GBL Gold Princess 126N, exhibited by Sage Buchanan. And second in the first split was entry number 386, Riverfront Beauty 579N, exhibited by Greeley Robertson. Out of split number 2, we have entry number 411, Brooking Rose 5077, exhibited by Kiefer Morrison. And second in split 2 was entry number 341, BJ 315 Jilt 530, exhibited by Logan Sherlink. And this is our Heifer Calf Division Championship drive.
A really solid championship here on the Angus heifer calf side of things. I think all 4 heifer calves exemplify the breed fairly well, and I'm excited to see how these 4 will continue to progress into next year and into mama cows. I think they're just the right type and kind to go on and be future donors in each of these kids' herds, and I think they've got some really solid projects. I guess with that, our division winner, we're going to go with the young man out of the last class, and our reserve will be the young lady out of the first class.
And our champion heifer calf, sponsored by Waldner Land and Cattle, is entry 411, Brooking Rose 5077, Kiefer Morrison. And our reserve heifer calf champion is out of the first split, entry 337, Scheideggen GBL Gold Princess 126N, exhibited by Sage Buchanan. They will be coming in later on for our champion Angus female. Moving in to our yearlings. Class sponsor is Schwan Angus, who is also our ringman that's been out here sweating all day. Three splits of yearling Angus females. First in, entry number 349, Waiwa Creek Evergreen 6824, born April 11th, exhibited by Skylar Schmitz. Following her is entry number 335, ROCH 448M, born March 15th, exhibited by Caden Lishka. Next up, entry 380, Brooking Royal Lass 4207, born March 8th, exhibited by Cordell Morrison. Following her, entry 409, Sunderland Lady 60M, born March 2nd, exhibited by Jessa Whitney. Following her is entry number 372, LLB Boolia 97M, exhibited by Julie Murphy, born February 15th. And rounding out the class, entry 384, Dusty Hollow Luceretta 416M, exhibited by Crew Garnier. And this is our first split of Black Angus heifers. Looks like we're ready for comments from our judge, Riley LaFrance.
Really a good class here, yearlings, to start off on the Angus side of things. I think a pretty easy heifer to find here on top that I really like her. I mean, she's big and powerful and maternal in her look, and still for all that body and volume, she remains fresh enough. And just this image right here, it's hard to ignore. Her lines are right, her body shape is so good, and this is a very intriguing female to start the class. Heifer in second, again, very big boned. We like the shape that she has. She just doesn't have near just that body and volume and forerib and just true dimension. There is our class winner, but we think a comfortable place there in second. Really nice heifer. I like where she's at from a condition standpoint as well. Heifer here in third, again, tremendously big-bodied, maternal. We like that about her. There's just very useful type of cattle. She gets a little extra navel there we could tidy up. She's a little chuffier there just in terms of her condition, but a very good type of female that there's a lot of practicality in a heifer like that. The heifer there that comes next in line, again, very big-bodied, long and extended. She becomes just a little rougher over her loin and tailhead area. We could just square up there at her hock as she goes, but a nice heifer as well. Really greener, more youthful type heifer here that comes next. She's long and level and extended. Would like to level her out in her loin and her tailhead. Just give her a shot more true body and forerib there to compete. Heifer that concludes the class is really sound. She's long, she's level. Just gets a little shallower, more tucked up there on that flank. We'd like to drop her there. But super good class. Congratulations.
Our first split of yearling heifers. Coming back for a champion yearling will be entry number 380, Brooking Royal Last 4207, exhibited by Cordell Morrison. And second in class also coming back will be entry 335, ROCH 448M, exhibited by Caden Lishka. Third in class was entry number 409, Sunderland Ladies 60M, exhibited by Jessa Whitney. Fourth in class was entry number 372, LLB Boolia 97M, exhibited by Julia Murphy. Fifth in class, entry number 349, Waiwa Creek Evergreen 6824, exhibited by Skylar Schmitz. And rounding out the class is entry number 384, Dusty Hollow Lucerita 416M, exhibited by Crew Garnier. Moving on to split number 2 in our yearling division, sponsored by Delorme's Your Choice Angus Bull Sale. First in is entry number 460, Mainstream Grace 24M, born February 5th, exhibited by Kaylin Bartle. Next in is entry number 361, 6 Mile Miss Dark Star 47M, born January 26th, exhibited by Laramie Greenwood. Next in is entry number 461, Grant Lodge Bride 7M, born January 20th, exhibited by Ella Grant. And rounding out the class is entry number 462, KCH Annie K 412M, born January 19th, exhibited by Kate Heinsberg. And this is split number 2, sponsored by Delorme's Your Choice Angus Bull Sale.
Take it all
Sorry, I was sleeping on the wheel there.
Good class again here. There's definitely some differences amongst the cattle. I think, there's some trade-off back and forth depending on what you like and your preferences. I think for Maddie and I guess the heifer that we opt here to lead with just remains the most complete for us. I think just in terms of her structure and her body and just really gives you a broody cow image for sure. I just think she's the safest, most complete option in this class. A very nice female young lady, does an awesome job showing her. The heifer here in second's really powerful. We like her shape that she has. She's a female that probably just she doesn't move quite as well as her class winner. She's a little more restricted there out of her hip and her hind leg, but we like her boldness and her shape and the quarter that she has there as you study her. She goes away from you. Very good type of female as well. The heifer here in third from the side, we really like. She's very, very big bodied and got some extension and some length. I guess I just like to lean her down a little bit as we study her through her chest floor and back in under her that udder. And as we get in behind the cattle, she just becomes a little more disappointing to me. I'd like to see her a bit wider, but she's really nice, Angus headed, so feminine, huge bodied. Just like to lean her up just a bit. Heifer here that rounds off the class, she's a powerhouse in terms of muscle and body. Just like to see her handle a little better on the move. She becomes a little awkward the way she comes out of her front end down to the ground, but a big, stout, powerful heifer as well. It's going to be a great big cow. So again, good class. Congratulations.
And coming back for a yearling division champion will be entry number 361, 6 Mile Miss Dark Star 47M, exhibited by Laramie Greenwood. And joining her will be entry number 461, Grant Lodge Bride 7M, exhibited by Ella Grant. Third in class was entry number 462, KCH Annie K 412M, exhibited by Kate Heinsberg. And rounding out the class, entry number 460, Mainstream Grace 24M, exhibited by Kaylin Bartle. Again, that class was sponsored by DeLorme's Your Choice Angus Bull Sale. Moving in to class 29, split 3 of our yearling heifers, sponsored by Forsyth Ranch. First in the ring, entry number 463, Riverfront Rosebud 432M, born January 18th, exhibited by Dryden Robertson. Following him is entry number 483, Black Gold Miss Tibby 129M, born January 18th, exhibited by Chloe Dare. Following her is entry number 429, Roy Mac Erica 22M, born January 10th, exhibited by Bryn Chapman. Next in is entry number 464, Gold Bar Heroine 107M, exhibited by Sage Buchanan, born January 7th. Following her is entry number 465, Brooking Black Betty 4013, born January 7th, exhibited by Bryden Flaidland. And rounding out the class is entry number 381, Graco Aeroline 4364, born January 2nd, exhibited by Hadley Anderson. And this will be our final split of yearling Angus heifers. Again, this class sponsor is Forsyth Ranch. Looks like we're ready for comments on split number 3 over Angus heifers from Judge LaFrance.
Really good class here again. Lots of quality. The two on top here a little bit, different in terms and type and kind. Heifer here that we opt to lead with, just very powerful and bold and expressive. Heifer that's still got a neat look to her there as a young man gets her stopped and parked. Just her head carriage and just how feminine there she is. But very bold as you get into her body, and we like to sweep there in her lower rib, and she got some pin width and stifle there as you get in behind her. We could just probably lean her up just a skosh there in that chest floor, but she's got so much to go with it. We're not going to get too picky about it. Very nice place there to start. The heifer here in second, that's a big girl. She's big and long and extended. Probably, honestly, just on the bigger scale of things for Maddie and I, but she still holds it together pretty darn well. She does just get a little off there behind her shoulder, but for as big and as long as she is, she still does have a lot of sweep there to her rib and her body. Just a little big probably for what we're looking for here today, but there's a ton of performance and power to appreciate in a heifer like that. Heifer here in third, just very practical and fault-free, I think. A female that's good at the ground in terms of her feet. Her udder is nice in terms of her refinement. She does just come a little bit frailer to the ground, a little bit more condition. I don't think she's got quite as much as genuine width there through her hip and stifle. There's those two heifers ahead of her, but a good solid heifer. There's a lot of quality. Same goes here for the heifer that comes next. Very beautiful in her teat spacing and size, probably as good as anything within the class. She does just become, again, a little bit frailer there. We would like just to make her relaxed a little more than her top line there as we watch her go, but very useful and practical in her type. Really a stout, wide-gauged one there that comes next. Just like to modify in her front feet a bit. Gets a little coarser through her front end, but love the muscle shape and power that she has. Conclude the class with a big-bodied, very, very attractive female that just gets a little off there in her loin and her tailhead, like to square up at her hock, but a very useful type as well. Good class again. Congratulations.
On a split number 3 and advancing to our division champion will be entry number 463, Riverfront Rosebud 432M by Dryden Robertson. And joining him will be entry number 483, Black Gold Miss Tibby 129M, exhibited by Chloe Dare. Third overall was entry 464, Gold Bar Heroin 107M by Sage Buchanan. Fourth was entry number 381, Greco Airline 4364 by Hadley Anderson. Fifth was entry number 429, Roy Mac Erica 22M, exhibited by Bryn Chapman. And rounding out the class was entry number 465, Brooking Black Betty 4013, exhibited by Braden Fladlin. Coming back in for our champion yearling division, sponsored by Ivanhoe Angus, is, out of our first class, entry number 380, Brooking Royal Lass 4207, exhibited by Cordell Morrison. And joining him will be entry number 335, ROCH 448M, exhibited by Caden Lishka. Out of split number 2, we have entry 361, 6 Mile Miss Dark Star 47M, exhibited by Laramie Greenwood. And joining her was entry number 461, Grant Lodge Bride 7M, exhibited by Ella Grant. Out of split number 3, we have entry number 463, Riverfront Rosebud 432M, exhibited by Dryden Robertson. And joining him and rounding it out is entry number 483, Black Gold Miss Tibby 129M, exhibited by Chloe Dare. And it looks like our judges are ready to make their comments on the Angus Division Champion. It's sponsored by Ivanhoe Angus.
A really strong lineup of Black Angus bred females out here. I think ones that, when you think of Black Angus, this is kind of what you think of. I think they represent their breed very well. They're all maternal, cowie type prospects. I think there's a pair of them out here that fit together fairly handily, and one that we tie into quite hard. And with that, Riley's going to go show your champion reserve of this division.
And our champion yearling heifer out of the first division is entry number 380, Brooking Royal Lass 4207, exhibited by Cordell Morrison. And our reserve yearling division out of split number 3, entry number 463, Riverfront Rosebud 432M, exhibited by Dryden Robertson. Good job, juniors, and we will see you back here in the champion drive right shortly. Moving on to our 2-year-old pairs. Again, sponsored by Ivanhoe Angus. We have 2 entries. 3 entries? Sorry, 3 entries. First in, entry number 466, Bar H, Miss Evergreen, 43L, with her calf at side, Bar H Vindicator 2N, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. Joining her is entry number 467, OAV classified 11L, with her calf at side, Red Rich classified 1N, exhibited by Lexi Dietrich. And next in is entry number 468, Brooking Rose, 3030, with her calf at side, Riverfront 4 Mile, 508N, exhibited by Greeley Robertson. This is also a division sponsored by Battle Creek Angus.
Street by street.
I walked up to a mountain, followed a bird up there, 'cause I found me a woman who treated me unfair. And I woke to the sunrise, remembered an awful dream of lightning and thunder, and hearing someone scream. Trouble finds you and worry, it sticks around until you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. And I see when it was blowing, I had to find me a hole for to climb in and live forevermore. And I heard voices calling in my delirious state, saying
On our 2-year-old pairs.
The way it works out, we're just actually going to leave them standing the way that they come in. I think a really strong class. The pair here that we start with on top, both Maddie and I really like that cow. Just so maternal, in that image that she represents, dynamite in terms of her udder and teat size and suspension. That image right there, it's pretty hard to ignore. Just very maternal and just a very useful type of cow that certainly I'm sure everyone can appreciate. A bull calf there at her side that's got some grow and definitely a calf that's got some frame size to him. It'll be curious to see how he keeps coming along and developing. You know, if we were just to maybe criticize him just a shot, we could just strengthen him up a little bit right behind that shoulder. But calf has definitely got some future for sure, and really, really a good cow that's fundamentally very correct. The pair here that we start in second, cow that we like again, just very maternal in that image, nice teat size, maybe doesn't milk quite as hard as a couple of the other cows, but love her body and just how maternal and broody that cow appears, and she's got that heifer calf at her side, I think just closely resembles her. They maybe just get a little shorter and more compact up through their head and neck, but I think there's a lot of good, and they complement each other. It's a nice pair, and they really complement each other together. You know, the pair here in third, the bull calf, has got a ton of presence up through his head and his neck. I really like that about him. He does have some extra sheath there. We can modify him there. I don't think he's just quite as big-bodied and deep in through his flank as a few of the others. Like to modify him there. The cow, I mean, she's a tank. A little maybe moderate for some, but I like just that rib and that body. She is probably just too. We clean her up there just a skosh in her navel. There's probably a super good pair as well. Just maybe I find a few more flaws in them at this stage of the game, but that's a really good class from one end to the other. All three cows are definitely very powerful and very useful in any breeding program. Congratulations.
And our 2-year-old class, sponsored by Ivanhoe Angus. First and coming back in for our champion drive will be Bar H Miss Evergreen 43L, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. Joining her will be entry number 467, OAV classified 11L, exhibited by Lexi Dietrich. And rounding out the class was entry number 468, Brooking Rose 3030, exhibited by Greeley Robertson. This was a division, sponsored by Battle Creek Angus. Moving into our mature pair, we have one pair sponsored by Sask Energy, and this will also be a division sponsored by Merritt Cattle Company. Entry number 469, Fryburn Georgina 125K with calf at side. Fryburn Sandman 140N, exhibited by Jordan Fry.
A really nice single entry here in our mature cow-calf class, a 3-year-old cow with the January bull calf. I think a pair that actually really fits together. Sorry, a March bull calf. A pair that fits together fairly handily, a cow that you really have to appreciate for her balance and her levelness. She's got a really nice udder and a nice foot on her. She's got a big stout bull calf, a pair that's just hard to ignore.
Thanks, Judge LaFrance. And our mature pair is 469, Fryburn Georgina 125K, exhibited by Jordan Fry. And they will be coming right back in for our grand champion female, our Black Angus female. All right, into our grand champion Black Angus drive. First in, our heifer calf champion, entry number 411, Brooking Rose 5077, exhibited by Kiefer Morrison. And our reserve heifer calf champion was entry number 337, Shadigan GBL Gold Princess 126N, exhibited by Sage Buchanan. Next in, our yearling division, entry number 380, Brooking Royal Lass 4207, exhibited by Cordell Morrison. And our reserve division, yearling division, was entry number 463, Riverfront Rosebud 432M, is exhibited by Dryden Robertson. Moving into our 2-year-old division, our champion 2-year-old was entry number 466, Bar H Miss Evergreen 43L, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. And our reserve 2-year-old was entry number 467, OHV classified 11L, exhibited by Lexi Dietrich. And then rounding out our Angus Drive is in our mature cow, entry number 469, Freiburg Georgina 125K, exhibited by Joran Fry. Our champion Angus female is sponsored by Southland Angus and Charlet, and our reserve female sponsored by Thomason Angus. Thank you to them. Charlet breeders, you're on deck. Make your way to the marshalling area. Charlet breeders. Sorry, Judge. Comments on our champion Angus division, Judge Riley LaFrance.
Awesome group of Black Angus females here that these young exhibitors have brought out in front of us. Again, give them a nice round of applause and show them what they deserve. Normally when I do this, I always do it by myself, but then Maddie come along. I've actually last few times come along with me. It's kind of nice to have somebody else to bounce some opinions off of, and just have somebody else that we see cattle very similar, and so it's been fun to do it together. But I would say it's been nice. Actually, within probably the last year, I've had the opportunity to judge with my wife, my mom, my dad, and my brother. So it's fun. You get to bounce some opinions off, and sometimes it maybe just keeps you a little bit grounded, and everybody sees things a little bit different. But this Angus show has just been awesome, right from front to back. I mean, there's some big-time heifer calves at the front end, the bred heifers, the cows, and they would just, I think you just step back and look at the line as breeders. This is what you would come to expect of the Angus cow. I mean, one of the obviously a breed that's so popular and has more registrations than any breed out there, and I think it's because of this and the mama cow and the udder quality and just the function in these cattle. So I think it's close. You can talk yourself a few different ways. There was one out here this afternoon that just hit us really hard initially, and I'm a big believer in first impressions, so we're going to stick to that. But this is awesome. This is a great lineup. Again, give them a nice round of applause, and we'll get you a champion in reserve.
And your champion, Black Angus female, out of the yearling division. She's done some winning this year already. Entry number 380, the Brooking Royal Lass 4207, exhibited by Cordell Morrison. And our reserve, out of our 2-year-old division, entry number 466, Bar H Miss Evergreen 43L, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. Again, sponsored by Southland Angus and Charlet and Thomason Angus. We'll be moving in to our Charlet division with our heifer calf. We got 2 splits of heifer calves. We can see the end, judges. We can see the end. They're small. They're both small. We'll tell them. They're small. We got a couple folks here starting to overheat just a titch, I think. Whenever you're ready, we can bring in them shars. We're ready. Our first split of heifer calves in the Charolais division, sponsored by Wood River Charolais and Blake's Red Angus. First in, entry number 404, FPC Miss Naila 519N, born March 14th, exhibited by Reese Spence. Following her is entry number 391, FPC Miss Millie 517N, born March 10th, exhibited by Oakley Chatter. Following her is entry number 423, 6 Mile Empress 392N, born March 6th, exhibited by Fowler Hertz. And rounding out the class is entry number 388, FPC Virginia Vent 506N, born March 2nd, exhibited by Avery Greenwood. And that's our first split of Charolais heifer calves. And looks like we're ready for Judge LaFrance to make our comments on our first split of Charolais heifer calves.
I think a really nice place to start the Charolais division with this heifer calf up front. I think one that when she walked in, we found her quite easily. A female that from the side balances up really nice. She's really elegant up through her front end. Has a nice sweep to her rib, and this young man does a great job dragging her around here. I think a pretty logical second place here. This young lady does a nice job too. She's got a bigger framed, stouter butted heifer. One we would just like to clean her up through her front end and give her a little more depth of body to compete with our first place female. These next two heifers actually, pair up quite nice down here at the bottom. They're both bigger framed, longer sided heifers, ones that I think just give up in terms of balance and eye appeal, and to compete with our 2 heifers here up front.
Thanks, Judge LaFrance. In our first class of Charolais heifers, first in class is entry number 423, 6 Mile Empress 392N, exhibited by Fowler Hertz. And second in class was entry number 404, FPC Miss Naila 519N, exhibited by Reese Spence. Third in class was entry number 388, FPC Virginia Event 506N, exhibited by Avery Greenwood. And rounding out the class is entry number 391, FPC Miss Millie 517N, exhibited by Oakley Chatter. Moving into class number 2 of our heifer calves, sponsored by Pinot Valley Charolais. First in, entry number 470, Irvinside MS Monte Carlo 8N, born February 2nd, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. Following her is entry number 406, Hidden Valley Nancy 13N, born January 17th, exhibited by Paisley Baron. Following her is entry number 365, BRL Heather 511N, born January 10th, exhibited by Bennett Blanchett. Next in is entry number 383, BRL Annabella 505N, born January 2nd, exhibited by Briar Blanchett. And rounding out the class is entry number 471, SVY Elsa 501N, born January 1st, exhibited by Katie Kolonowski. This is our last split of Charolais heifer calves. Looks like we're ready for our comments on split number 2 of our of our Charolais heifers.
Really good class here. Charolais heifer calves, again, a pair on top that are a bit different in terms and type and kind, but both are really, really nice. It's, you know, this image right here from the side that you can really like this class winner. I mean, she's so refined and extended there up through her front end. Love her lines, her length, and her levelness, her build of her hip and her hind leg. And for as green as she is, she's still got some true dimension and muscle there as you get in behind her. I just think a ton of future in that female. There's a lot of quality to find in that heifer. Heifer here in second, you know, she's obviously the more powerful option. She's got more top and more shape. She obviously has this a little skosh more condition on her as well. We love the rib and the body that we find in her. She is just, you know, with that extra power, just becomes a little bit bolder there right at her shoulder. I don't think she's just quite as elevated there through her front end as our class winner. That's really close. Both Maddie and I really like both those heifers. There's just some differences amongst the pair of them. The heifer here in 3 is probably the biggest frame, the most extended. There's definitely value in that. That heifer's got a lot of quality as well. She just becomes a little awkward there right behind her shoulders. She doesn't as good and long and level right out of her hip and her hind leg, but that's a big, long-sided heifer that's offers a lot of performance. More of a moderate heifer here that comes next. It's tremendously deep-sided. Just like to lay her down there in her tail head, she becomes a little open there in her shoulder. Heifer that rounds off the class, feminine about her head. She's definitely got some future. Just becomes a little shallower in terms of her underline and forerib for us today. Just needs a little time to continue to develop and mature. Good class. Congratulations.
In split number 2 of our Charolais heifers, sponsored by Pinot Valley Charolais, is entry number 470. Irvinside Miss Monte Carlo 8N, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. And joining her in the division will be entry number 471, SVY Elsa 501N, exhibited by Katie Kolonowski. Third in class was entry number 383, BRL Annabella 505N, exhibited by Briar Blanchette. Fourth in class is entry number 365, BRL Heather 511N, exhibited by Bennett Blanchette. And fifth in class is entry number 406, Hidden Lake Nancy 13N, exhibited by Paisley Barron. Now our division, which is sponsored by Ranch House Meat Company Incorporated. We have 2 heifers, the first split. We have entry number 423, 6 Mile Empress 392N, exhibited by Fowler Hertz. And in second in the first split was entry number 404, FPC Miss Naila 519N, exhibited by Reese Spence. Then in split number 2, we have Ivenside Miss Monte Carlo 8N, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. And joining her in second in class was entry number 471, SVY Elsa 501N, exhibited by Katie Kolonowski. And this is our Charolais Heifer Calf Division champion.
Really strong division here in the Charolais heifer calf lineup. I think there's 4 out here that offer a lot of quality and future. Been really strong, not quite as many numbers, but definitely lots of quality that you can definitely appreciate. There's 2 of them, I think, that fit together, although we just talked about them. They're a little bit different in terms of their type and kind. They're just 2 that are pretty hard to ignore today. That'll be the 2 out of our second class. Will be champion and reserve, but these 2 heifer calves up front, just with a little bit of time, and as they continue to mature, they're sure going to be very promising as well. So give them all a nice round of applause. We're going to use the 2 out of our second class for today.
And our champion heifer calf is out of the second split. Ivenside Miss Monte Carlo 8N by Taylor Mackey. And our reserve is entry number 471, SVY Elsa 501N by Katie Kolonowski. They will be coming back here shortly for our champion Charolais female. Moving in to our yearlings. We have 2 splits of Charolais yearling heifers. First split sponsored by Castle Rock Marketing. Our photographer has been putting on the miles. Coming in is entry number 472, Blue Sky Mango JG42M, born March 25th, exhibited by Jacynthia Goosen. Following her is entry number 408, JWX Pearl 4274M, born March 1st, exhibited by Harper Wilgenbush. Next in is entry number 473, SVY TR Miss Elsie 431M, born February 9th, exhibited by Briar Blanchette. And rounding out the first split is entry number 427, Longview Blush 65M, born February 9th, exhibited by Declan Alum. And that is our first split of yearling Charolais females. Sponsored by Castle Rock Marketing. And our comments on our first split of yearling Charolais heifers.
Really a good class here again. Lots of quality. I think our class winner for Maddie and I, just the biggest bodied for sure. I think that's her biggest advantage is just, from her forerib back into her flank, just how opened up and big barreled that female is. She's got maybe just a skosh of extra set there as you watch her get out and go, but still for a female of that size and that long, she still holds it together in a pretty fashionable package. It's a nice heifer there to start. Heifer in second, I really like her teat size and refinement. The spacing there is really good as well. Young lady does an awesome job showing that heifer as well. I like the muscle shape that she's got compared to her other heifer that wins. She just doesn't have quite the sweep there in her underline and boldness from her forerib back into her flank, but it's a very good, sound, useful type of female there in second. Really like her teat size and out of development like we talked about. Heifer here in three on the stand. I think you could make a case for her for sure. She's very refined. I like her length and her levelness. As we just watch her get out and go here, just like to see her reach a bit more out of her front end and off her hind leg, but very striking. The young lady does a great job showing that heifer and presenting her. There's a lot of neat pieces to that heifer. Just like to see her a bit more flexible. The yellow heifer here that rounds off the class, a bit more greener in terms of her condition, very youthful, a female that is very sound in terms of her feet and legs, just gives up too much power and body to get her any higher today, but a good cow prospect. It'll be great for that young lady. Good class. Congratulations.
Thanks, Judge. Moving on is entry number 473, SVY TR Miss Elsie 431M, exhibited by Blair Blanchett. Also joining her is entry number 408, JWX Pearl 4274M, exhibited by Harper Wilgenbush. Following third is entry number 427, Longview Blush 65M, exhibited by Declan Alum. And rounding out the class is entry number 472, Blue Sky Mango JG 42M, exhibited by Jacynthia Goosen. Next in, split number 2, sponsored by FCC. First in is entry number 403, Wood River Princess 91M, exhibited by Owen Raymond. Following her is entry number 474, SVY Starstruck 425M, born January 18th, exhibited by Katie Kolonowski. Next up is entry number 399, FTCC Ashoka Tano, exhibited by born January 16th, exhibited by Cooper Smythe. Following her is entry number 390, Wood River Blush 18M, born January 9th, exhibited by Brooke Raymond. And rounding out the class is entry number 405, SVY Cover Girl 405M, born January 1st, exhibited by Briggs Blanchett. Don't forget, if you were a class winner or second, you got to come sign your thank you card to get your prize money. Please don't forget. Some of the product that went into the bags and exhibitors, draws, and sponsors were T-Bar C Cattle, MNP LLP, Bow Valley Genetics, and Syngenta. The official judge sponsor is FCC.
Really a good class here again, both Maddie and I think, the heifer we land here on top is very powerful. And, for the rib and the body and the hip that she has, she handles it good at the ground. Nice footed heifer that's right in her angle. She reaches and flexes right. And there's just a lot to that female. And I think, as you just step back and analyze the cattle, I think she's kind of the complete option that we land on here today. Young lady does an awesome job showing that heifer and presenting her. Heifer in seconds, really fresh. That young man does an awesome job showing her. Really refined and extended there from her shoulder up through her head and her neck. I like that about her. She's a little frailer just in terms of her bone work though, but I think it matches her. There's a lot of female quality and elegance in that female. She is one that just becomes a little bit flatter compared to our class winner. We don't read her to just be quite as bold, but young man, there's a lot of quality I can read in that heifer and a lot of future. It's a nice heifer to go second as well. A real powerful heifer here in third. She's got as much body and as much rib and just top and butt end, as any heifer that we've seen today. Tremendous amount of volume in that female. I guess for Maddie and I, she just becomes just a little plainer up through her front end, thicker about her neck there. Probably more concerning, you just study her there in her teats a little bit, and I just question they're a little gathered, and I just wonder how that's going to play out here as we get her on into production. Might just be fine, but they look pretty gathered under there. That was kind of our holdup with that heifer, but there's a lot to appreciate. She's big scaled, she's big outline, she's very powerful. Young man's really does a nice job showing her as well. Heifer here that comes next in line, a bit more moderate in terms of her frame size. Definitely has some quality. She's really refined there in her teat size. She's a heifer that gets a little chubbier probably as we study her through her head and her neck and her chest floor. I'd like to shorten up there the length of her front toes there just a bit, and her rear feet just gets a little flat and long in her toe size. Heifer that concludes the class, nice teat spacing and udder development. Heifer that's got some length and some levelness, definitely very feminine. Just like to soften her up a bit and give her a shot more rib and flank. That's a good class, lots of quality and differences. You young people should be extremely happy of those females there that you brought. Congratulations.
In our second split of yearling heifers, advancing to our yearling division champion is entry number 474, SVY Starstruck 425M, exhibited by Katie Kolonowski. Joining her is entry number 399, FTCC Ashokatona 7M, exhibited by Cooper Smythe. Third in class, entry number 405, SVY Cover Girl 405M, exhibited by Briggs Blanchette. Fourth in class, entry number 390, Wood River Blush 18M, exhibited by Brooke Raymond. And rounding out the class is entry number 403, Wood River Princess 91M, exhibited by Owen Raymond. Now into our champion yearling division. Out of our first split, we have entry number 473, SVYTR Miss Elsie 431M, exhibited by Briar Blanchette. And joining her is entry number 408, JWX Pearl 4274M, exhibited by Harper Wilgenbush. Out of our second split, entry number 474, SVY Starstruck 425M, exhibited by Katie Kolonowski. And joining her is entry number 399, FTCC Ashokatoa Tono, exhibited by Cooper Smythe. This division is sponsored by SWT.
A really solid set of Charolais bred heifers for this division. When you think of the Charolais female, you think of some power and some substance, and I think these four really exemplify that. I guess we're most comfortable going with the pair of females out of our last class. We think they really shape up nice and are a really solid set of females. That means that this female out of the first class is no slouch. We would just like to see her move a little better out of her hind end, out of her hind leg to make it out of division here today.
Sorry. Folks, our champion yearling division out of our second split is SVY Starstruck 425M, Katie Kolonowski, and reserve division was 399 FTCC Shokatano 7M, exhibited by Cooper Smythe. They'll be coming back in here right shortly for our grand champion division, our grand champion Char female. Moving in to our 2-year-old pair, sponsored by Bovagen Genetic Services. First in, entry number 421. 6 Mile Empress 813L with calf at side, 6 Mile Emperor 365N, exhibited by Sloan Hertz. Next in, entry 475, SVY Starstruck 338L with calf at side, BRL Starstruck 544N, exhibited by Bennett Blanchette. This division is sponsored by the Saskatchewan Charolais Association. Just for anybody that's wondering, there's been some questions. The Grand and Reserve from each breed does come back in for Supreme. The Grand and Reserve from each breed do come back in for Supreme. And here's our comments on our 2-year-old pairs.
Super good class here. 2 pairs cows, that you can just really tie into, both of them. They're really nice females. Really like the udders there on both those cows. After that, I think our class winning cow is just so striking to look at. Her structure and her build is so good, and she's fresh. And, just to get their head set up and parked there, there's just so much quality and look into that cow. And, they're good in her body shape, and she's got some stifle there and some width there as you get in behind her. But just a cow, I think, she just paints a beautiful picture here from the side. Got a bull calf there at her side that's really deep-sided and loose in his makeup. Bull calf, it's going to have some performance and some jam there next spring. Be exciting to watch him continue and develop. But really like the cow there that wins this class. Our pair here in second, again, love that cow's udder. Her teat size and squareness there is dead on. She's a big-bodied cow. She doesn't have quite just the extension probably, and she isn't just quite as striking there through her front end there as her class-winning cow. But that's a very useful type of cow that certainly is never going to go out of style. Probably just not quite as much calf on that second-place cow as I'd like to see. Calf that's got some frame and some extension just becomes a little shallower there in her body here today. Just needs some time to continue to develop. But 2 very nice pairs there. Congratulations.
And our champion 2-year-old cow is entry number 421, 6 Mile Empress 813L, exhibited by Sloan Hertz. And our reserve champion 2-year-old is entry 475, SVY Starstruck 338L, exhibited by Bennett Blanchette. Coming back in for our Grand Champion Charolais Division, sponsored by Sarienko Cattle Company, and our reserve, sponsored by Longview Cattle Company. In our heifer calves, entry number 470, Irvinside Miss Monte Carlo 8N, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. And our reserve heifer calf was entry number 471, SVY Elsa 501N, exhibited by Katie Kolonowski. Moving in to our yearling division was entry number 474, SVY Starstruck 425M, exhibited by Katie Kolonowski. And our reserve yearling was entry number 399, FTCC Shokatano 7M, exhibited by Cooper Smythe. And our 2-year-olds, entry number 421, 6 Mile Empress 813L, exhibited by Sloan Hertz. And our reserve 2-year-old was entry number 475, SVY Starstruck 338L, exhibited by Bennett Blanchette. And again, this is sponsored by Sarienko Cattle Company and Longview Cattle Company.
Really an outstanding lineup here on our Charlet side of things. Again, give these kids a nice round of applause. Lots of quality again, right from one end to the other. You know, some heifer calves there that we started with that both Maddie and I really like and appreciate, and I think have a ton of future, and a couple really nice classes. There's some strong bred heifers that are going to be great cows, and then we get back into, you know, the production end of it again, and certainly no disappointment there again. So not going to take long. We'll just keep on cruising along here. We're very comfortable with how we end up deciding to do this. Maddie will go show you which two they are, but again, congratulations to you Charlet kids and exhibitors. Really nice set of cattle here this afternoon.
Our champion female out of the 2-year-old division, entry number 421, 6 Mile Empress 813L with 6 Mile Emperor 365N, exhibited by Sloan Hertz. And our reserve, all the way down to the heifer calves, it was entry number 470, Irvinside Miss Monte Carlo 8N, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. Congratulations, Charlet breeders. And again, that was sponsored by Sarienko Cattle and Longview Cattle Company. We will be moving in to our multi-breeds. We've just got a couple classes in our multi-breeds, and then we'll be on to our Supreme Champion of our 2025 Young Ranchman's All Breeds Livestock Show. First, one entry. In our multi-breed, sponsored by Master Feeds. First in, entry number 476, Reeds Anara, 257N, born April 3rd, exhibited by Taylor Reed. And again, this is a division sponsored by Sask Lotteries. If you're a Grand or Reserve in any of your breeds, you need to make your way up to the marshalling area because we will be starting on the Supreme right shortly. Here's our comments from Judge LaFrance.
A really nice April maintainer heifer calf here in our AOB side of things. Female that we really like from the side. She gives you a really nice look. She's balanced, she's feminine. I think she's going to be a really nice project for this young lady. She's got some unique pieces, and see where she goes from here.
And our champion heifer calf is entry 476, Reed's Anara 257N, exhibited by Taylor Reed. And that was a division sponsored by Sask Lotteries. Now we'll be moving in to our yearling division, sponsored by Miradale Shorthorns. We have 4 yearling heifers. Just got to wait for Taylor to get back. All right. First in our yearling division is entry number 477, PCF Millie 74M, born March 11th, exhibited by Taylor Reed. Following her, entry number 478, JSP Montana 504M, born February 21st, exhibited by Jacynthia Goosen. Following her is entry number 402, Daisy 12M, exhibited by Thayer Dick. And rounding out the class is entry number 379, Greenwood Alley 701M ET, exhibited by Vanderdick. And this is a division sponsored by Windy Valley Cattle Company. For comments on our yearling multi-breed heifers.
Really nice class of females here. I think a pretty comfortable place for Maddie and I to land here on top. This black maintainer female is really striking for sure. We like that look and just that pose here from the image. This young lady gets everything out of that heifer. She gets her stopped and parked. A lot of quality we find in that female. I think a pretty easy class winner. Heifer here in second. She is very powerful. We like the frame size. She's got as much muscle as any of them. Probably just doesn't push it or put it together quite as nice up through that front end and through her shoulder. Just becomes just a little bit rounder, but there's definitely a place for that type of cattle. There's a lot of value and a lot of good in that heifer breeding quality on down the road. Heifer here in third, the speckled parked appearing female. She's big bodied heifer that it's a little bit more moderate but very feminine. Just like to stouten her up a bit. As she goes away from us, she comes a bit flatter back in through her hip and down in through her stifle and quarter area. And the black limousine there appearing heifer that rounds off our class. A lot of muscle shape and top in that female. Just a little shallower in her body shape. Would just like to square her up a bit. But very good and useful type of female there as well. Good class, good group of kids. Congratulations.
And our champion yearling heifer, sponsored by Windy Valley Cattle Company, is entry 477 PCF Millie 74M, exhibited by Taylor Reed. And second in the division, the reserve, is entry number 379 Greenwood Alley 701M ET, exhibited by Vander Dick. Third is entry 478 JSP Montana 504M, exhibited by Jacynthia Goosen. And fourth is entry number 402 Daisy 12M, exhibited by Thayer Dick. Moving in to our mature cow, sponsored by Duracon Concrete Corp. We have one entry. Champion reserve in each breed should make their way to the marshalling area. We'll be starting here in just a few minutes on our Supreme, so make your way to the marshalling area. Looks like we're ready to go. In our mature cow and multi-breed is entry number 479, Greenwood Farewell 66K, with its calf at side Jetstream Conspiracy 12N, exhibited by Vander Dick. This division is sponsored by B-Bar Cattle for our Grand End Reserve. Looks like we're ready for comments from Judge LaFrance.
Nice limousine 3-year-old pair here that this young man brought out. I know a lot of our mature cow classes have only been single entries, and I commend those exhibitors and this young man for bringing them out. I know it's a lot of work to drag a pair to town. Nice functional type of cow with a big outlined, big framed, long-sided bull calf. Really functional, useful type of cow that this young man has. Congratulations.
And our champion mature cow is entry 479, Greenwood Farewell 66K, with Jetstream Conspiracy 12N, exhibited by Vander Dick. They'll be coming right back in for our champion drive. Our Grand Champion multi-breed female, sponsored by Vandy Cattle. And our reserve is sponsored by Prosperity Credit Union.
Honey, what you do to me, my love? Honey, what
And it looks like we are ready to roll. First in our multi-breed champion drive is entry number 476, Reed's Hanara 257N, exhibited by Taylor Reed. Next in out of our yearling division is entry number 477, PCF Millie 74M, also exhibited by Taylor Reed. Second in our yearling division was entry number 379, Greenwood Alley 701M ET, exhibited by Vander Dick. And rounding out our mature cow in our champion drive is entry number 479, Greenwood Farewell 66K, with calf at side Jetstream Conspiracy 12N, exhibited by Vander Dick. And this is our multi-breed champion drive, sponsored by Vandy Cattle and Prosperity Credit Union.
Really a nice way here to conclude our show this afternoon before we get ready for the Supreme, but a nice lineup here. Didn't see a lot of numbers, but a lot of very useful type of cattle. This is always a tougher one to judge, obviously, because you get different shapes and sizes and what each breed is known for, and representation is obviously different from one another. So things obviously don't quite just mold together quite as nice, but I think there's a pair of them out here that suit Maddie and I very well. They're obviously a bit different in terms of their type and kind, but I think there's a lot of breeding value in both of them. She'll go show you which two they are, but again, congratulations to you youngsters. Done a great job here this afternoon.
Our grand champion female in a multi-breed is entry number 477, PCF Millie 74M, exhibited by Taylor Reed. And our reserve champion female out of the same division, entry number 379, Greenwood Alley 701M ET, exhibited by Vander Dick. Congratulations, you guys, and you'll be, after your pictures, you'll be coming right back in for the Divide for the Supreme Female of our Young Ranchman's 2025 edition. We're just going to take a couple-minute break here for everybody to get lined up. We'll get these pictures taken, and then we'll line everybody up in the order, and we'll be walking everybody in right shortly.
And then I realized this morning she was gone. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me about your worries and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me why you laugh and why you cry. Honey, I've got time. Honey,
We can announce them. You're good. Out of our commercial division, our grand champion was a 2-year-old pair. 319's our number. Moorhaven, Reba, 10L, with Moorhaven, Rita, 11N, exhibited by Curtis Hewitt. And our reserve grand champion was out of the yearling division. Entry 393, Susie Q, exhibited by Blake Fisk. Moving in to our Simmental division. Out of our Simmental division, it was a calf champion. Entry number 353, Black River Emmy 1N, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. And our reserve, also out of the heifer calf division, was entry number 308, APH 847J 532C, Miss Cabaret 2N, exhibited by Summer Arthur. Moving on to our Geltve division was entry number 441, DRT. It is a 2-year-old pair. DRT, Lonesome Sapphire Jewel 3L with her baby outside. DRT, Lonesome Sapphire Gem 10N, exhibited by Cameron Davidson. And reserve was out of the yearling division in our Geltve breed. Entry number 366, LML Samantha 41M, exhibited by Cale McKenzie. Moving on to our Hereford division. It was a family contest here. And out of our yearlings, entry number 301, Glenn Lees 112 Nuance 94M, exhibited by Emma Lees, was our champion Hereford. And our reserve champion Hereford was entry number 336 out of the yearling division. Glenn Lees 24E Cameo Girl 92M, exhibited by Becca Lees. Moving on to the Red Angus breed. Our grand champion female was entry number 455, Red 6 Mile Miss Naverna 667J, exhibited with her baby outside, Red CS Mr. Watonka 1N, exhibited by Shelton Grabler. And our reserve was out of the yearling division, entry number 449, Red Coburn Lassie 4071, exhibited by Lexi Coburn. Moving into our Black Angus division, entry number 380, Brooking Royal Lass 4207, exhibited by Cordell Morrison. And then they went to the 2-year-old pair for reserve, which was 466, Bar H, Miss Evergreen 43L, with calf at side, Bar H Vindicator 2N, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. Now, our Charlet division. Our grand champion Charlet was entry number 421, 6 Mile Empress 813L with calf at side, 6 Mile Emperor 365N, exhibited by Sloan Hertz. And they went back to the heifer calf division for reserve. In entry number 470, Irvinside Miss Monte Carlo 8N, exhibited by Taylor Mackey. Now we're into our multi-breed. Our grand champion was a yearling heifer. Entry number 477, PCF Millie 74M, exhibited by Taylor Reed. And a reserve out of the multi-breed was a yearling also. Entry number 379, Greenwood Alley 701M, ET, exhibited by Vander Dick. Let's get a big round of applause to our exhibitors in the ring. That's a heck of a set of cattle they've got in front of us. We've got the judges out doing a good look around. They're going to take a few minutes to decide which way they're going to go. They got lots of options. And again, while they're up there looking, I think as all exhibitors, parents, sponsors, grandparents, everybody that's here, let's give a big round of applause to our judges. Tyson and Maddie LaFrance. Riley. Sorry, Riley. I don't know what I was thinking about there. Riley and Maddie LaFrance for judging our 2025 Young Ranchman's All Breeds Livestock Show. Let's give them even a bigger. That was pretty quiet clapping. Come on. We can do better. There we go. Oh, I guess it's exhibitor draw time. For the first one. wallet, $25 gift card, sponsored by Cowtown. You got to come running up here. Clint Smith has it. And Tyrell Carlson. Come up and see Clint. Tyrell Carlson. We're going to do another one the same way, sponsored by Cowtown. Tyrell, you got to come up here. Flynn Davidson. Flynn Davidson, come see Clint. You won a wallet also. Next up is another wallet. We've got 2 done. Hadley Anderson also won a wallet. Hadley Anderson, $25 gift card. And the last gift card is Corbin Martinson. Corbin Martinson won the last wallet. Now we're going on to the crib board. And who made the crib board? Andre Kerrigan. We got 2 clipboards. We're going to draw for one first. You have to sign thank you cards if you win any of these also, folks. You got to sign thank you cards if you win these. Go by the tent. And Addison Forsyth, you won a crib board. Go see Clint. Addison Forsyth. We have one more crib board. And the last crib board, Paisley Barron won a crib board. Now we're on to the show stick tubes made by no other than the committee member, Jim Bust. And they are beauties. Wrapped, say Young Ranchman's on them. They are nice. We got 4 of them. First one, Shelton Grabler. He's out in the ring, so we'll make sure you get it, though. I know you can't come running. Good job. Next up, Katie Kolonowski. I think she's out there too, so come get your tube after you're done. Another one. Tyrell Carlson, this is your last call. Tyrell Carlson. Next up, another tube. Levi Hildebrandt. Levi Hildebrandt, come running up here and get your tube. I know you're around here. Oh, here he comes. Can't miss him. He's standing over the crowd. Oh, we got one more. No, one more tube. One more show stick tube. Harley Chubb. Harley Chubb, you want a show stick tube. Come running up here and grab that. Okay. Now. What is it? We have a clipper bag sponsored by Flat Top, who's been here all day or all weekend supporting everybody here. A clipper bag sponsored by Flat Top. And a hat. And a comb sleeve. What do we got? Vance Hallberg. Vance Hallberg won the clipper bag. Come see Clint. We have 2 cornholes. Oh, Tyrell, you're not here? One last chance, Tyrell. Okay, we're going to redraw for the wallet. The $25 gift card in the wallet from Tyrell, the one that Tyrell didn't come running up for. Rowan Shire. Rowan Shire, come up and see Clint for the wallet with a $25 gift card. Rowan Shire. Now, we're on to the cornholes. Breed Creek made these. I think it's Susie. Clint says he did, but I would question it. So I think it's Susie Q that made these, but Clint probably stood over top and barked orders. Anyways, on the cornhole game, Nash Bohe won a cornhole. Come see Clint. Nash Bohe. We got one more cornhole. One more cornhole. Is Ray Lee Whitney. won a cornhole. Rayleigh Whitney. Oh, she's running. She's excited to win her cornhole game. Okay, now we have the big draw. This is a big draw for exhibitor draw. It is a smoker donated by Cote Boys and Box L Cattle Company. Clint's running to get it. We'll wait till he brings it out front before we draw the name. Here comes the smoker. Clint's dragging it. He'll carry it all the way to your trailer, even if it's in the next county. The smoker, donated by Cote Boys and Box L Cattle Company. And here it is. Who is winning it? I don't think they'll be excited. What do you think? No. Ember Redicop. Ember Redicop. Here she comes. Ember. She ain't missing her chances. Oh, you got to hurry. I think we might have to redraw, Ember. I'm teasing. So, right on. So now, Ember, you're going to have to do all the cooking at home. You're going to have to cook all the meals now. Ember, are you here? Are you ready to cook the meals at home? Good job. Let's give a big round of applause to all the winners and all the sponsors on that. Yep, it says here. So now, this is a new award. The Spirit of Young Ranchman's 2025, donated by Innovation Credit Union, is a wrapped fridge and a check for $300. And the winner, we're going to let Callie explain this and say who the winner is. Here's Callie.
Well, first off, from our committee, we would just like to thank everyone for coming. What a wonderful turnout. Thank you for being here in the heat with us, being ready at the ring all the time. It's just been a great show. The kids have been so respectful, and it's been lots of fun for us to run. So this year, we had a sponsor come to us, Innovation Credit Union, and they wanted a new award for Spirit of Young Ranchmans. So someone who is helpful, someone who is kind, someone who is here to help our committee, here to learn, trying new things. And we have chosen someone. So we had 3 people come to mind, and I'm gonna talk a little about the 2, we're gonna call them runner-ups. We had one young lady, her name was Olivia Peterson. She's one of our runner-ups. We saw her helping a lot of younger kids. She was always really positive, and we were just really proud of the job she was doing with the youth at the show. So that's one of our runner-ups. Another was Shelton Grabler. He jumped in when we had a steer that got a little rambunctious. He helped fork all of the straw into the bin out back, and he's just been extremely helpful to other kids. So that is another one of our runner-ups. Okay, the winner of our Spirit of Young Ranchmans for 2025 is going to someone who has lent a hand all day to our committee. They've asked, what can we do? Can we take water around? Can we help you move something? Can we help you here and there? It's a new exhibitor, someone who's never been here before, and someone who is just willing to learn and also wanting to help us as a committee. And we just are very grateful to this person. So we'll have Hayden Claremont come up.
Hayden Claremont is our winner of our first ever Spirit of Young Ranchmans. That is something to be very, very proud of, Hayden. Big round of applause. Good job, buddy. Got to go over and get your beautiful picture taken. Committee members, Nikki, you're supposed to go over and get your picture. Oh, yeah, Jimmy's on his way. Okay, now I think we're back to the task at hand here. We got a bunch of great cattle here that our judges have had a really good look at, and I'm sure they're going to make some comments here in just a split second. So let's give them a big round of applause. That was quite a bunch of nice awards that they gave away and prizes, and we're going to get on to our finale here of picking our Grand Reserve and our top 5. It's all up to you, judges, whenever you're ready. I like it. I like it. Judge is going to pull out 5 in no particular order, and then they will pick their Grand Reserve and top 5 from there. So he's going to pull his top 5, I think, into the center. Is that correct? Is that correct, judges? Into the center row. Okay. And then in no particular order. First one to come out, Cordell Morrison. Oh, sorry. Sloan Hertz. We got our Charlet winner. Sloan Hertz is coming in. Cordell Morrison is in our top 5. The Red Angus division. Shelton Grabler. The other one is our Hereford winner, Emma Lees. And the last in the top 5 is Taylor Mackey from our Angus division also. We have our Red Angus champion, our Hereford champion, our Black Angus champion, our Black Angus Reserve champion, and our Charlet champion in our top 5 for vying for Grand Reserve, and they will all be placed. And here we go. Oh, here's Clint to make a comment before anything happens.
First, I'd like to thank everybody for coming. It's great seeing everybody, whatnot. I want to give a huge thanks to Dan and Aaron because you guys come and you don't need to. They come and volunteer their time. We got to put up a list of them on there, but it's pretty good. And you're getting a cornhole game too.
Thank you. Thanks, Breed Creek. Thank you so much. Hang on, I'm going to ask them. Judges, are you guys going to make comments before we get the music going? Okay, we're going to leave the music down till you guys are done talking. And here goes our comments. What a great job they've done today. Riley and Madison LaFrance from Wheatland Cattle Company have sorted these cattle. And here we go for our final comments in our 2025 Young Ranchman's All Breeds Livestock Show.
There's no doubt this is definitely outstanding, and it's sure been a true honor for Maddie and I to do this. And I think before we go any further to these kids, and not only these kids that were fortunate enough to be out here this evening, but everybody that came here through the ring today, just give them a huge round of applause here. Very, exciting. We were sure excited when we got the phone call for Maddie and I to come and do this. Actually never been here before, but I always, this time of the year, whether we were baling straw or hauling bales or doing something with cows, you tune into it online and check it out. And, it's just been unreal. And, the sponsors, the volunteers, the show committee, the announcers, the ring staff, there's so many moving parts to these deals, and sometimes I think those people kind of go unnoticed. But again, to the committee and just anybody, sponsors who's had a part of planning and organizing this, give them a big round of applause as well. Those folks that plan these events for us, they do it obviously for a couple reasons, and probably the biggest reason being, they understand the importance of our youth involvement through these junior programs and in agriculture, and so we really like to thank them for that, and they know the future that's ahead of these kids. And and I would say, you know, just as we went throughout the day and the kids that we seen come through the ring, you know, been fortunate to judge quite a bit, but I would say this group of kids from one end to the other would be just as, you know, enthusiastic and pumped up, and just a good group of kids. And, you know, you come to this part of the country, you come to cow country, and you come to, you know, families that make a living in the beef business, and they just, you know, do such a great job of raising a family and you know, implying or implementing the skills into those kids to be very successful. You know, everybody always says it's, you know, obviously about the kids, and it is for sure, but, you know, it's also, we are competitive. We all like to try to do the best that we can, and, you know, it is still a contest at the end of the day, and so I take the job serious, both Maddie and I understand the time and the commitment that goes into this. It's not easy, and you know, I'm sure we'll make some kids happy. There'll be a few discouraged, and there's nothing we can do about that. That's just the way it is. You know, it's just showing cattle or anything that you do in life. But you know, I would just say to remember the importance of it. You know, afterwards, I'd be the first to say that my wife and I and our family are very competitive. But at the end of it, and I probably have a better picture of it now and have a better understanding of it as I've gotten older. But I would say the big thing for you kids, no matter what age you are, but just try, you know, especially as school season comes back up here and you go to school next week, you know, just try to be polite and well-mannered, you know, say thank you, hold the door open for somebody, and, you know, try to be the bigger person in a situation and conduct yourself proper. And I know I say that, and a lot of these kids have been grounded and taught very well from a young age, but I think that's very important as you grow older, and whether you stay in the cow business or get something else, a different type of job, you know, those skills will always apply and be very, very important. So just keep that in the back of your mind as you continue to develop and get older. And I always say it, you know, I kind of apply to what we do now, and lots of these folks around ringside as well. You know, you have bull sales or production sales, and you're always working and dealing with people, and so having that ability to conduct yourself in a proper manner and handle situations and be able to public speak and just be a good person is very, very important. So that's kind of the last I would leave you with. You know, it's just been awesome, this show, from one end to the other. You know, I always knew when we come out that the quality would be good, but it's definitely just been outstanding from one end to the other. We pulled out, you know, these five. These were the five that, you know, suited Maddie and I today, like we've talked about throughout the day. We've liked cattle that have some volume and some power. We like some look and attractiveness in these cattle, and these were the five that suited us the best here today. So it's been a privilege and an honor here to do it with my wife. I'd like to again thank the committee for asking us. We've had just a world of fun. I think Maddie actually years ago, her family showed here. I was never able to exhibit here, but this is definitely a first-class event. The organization has just been second to none. Our ring help, and I just can't stress enough just how good a group of kids it's truly been here this afternoon. So like I say, we've obviously got our five pulled out here. There's no right or no wrong answer, honestly. They're all very, very good. Like we talk about, you get to this stage, I think the easiest thing to do is just put them in production, let them be a cow, and see which one, stays to be kind of the staple in your herd and which one can make you the most money. Because in this lineup of five, I don't truly think there's really a right or a wrong answer. It's just little personal preferences here today. Cattle change. They're at different stages. They're targeted for different events, and there's nothing wrong with that, but you just kind of try to weigh all that out in your mind as you sort through it. So we've had an absolute blast. Again, to the kids, the parents, the organizers, everybody, give them a huge round of applause. It ain't easy to get out here.
Thank you, judges. What a great deal. What a great speech. And I just wanted to say a couple things before we get the music going. Our supreme female sponsor, Breed Creek Ranch, will receive a wrapped fridge and a supreme buckle. Sorry, a check for $500. I'm wrong. The fridge and a check for $500. Reserve, sponsored by South Country Equipment, will receive a fridge and $300. Third, fourth, and fifth are sponsored by South Country Equipment. Ice makers, what they will receive that are wrapped that say Young Ranchman's 2025. Big round of applause. What a bunch of great prizes, and here we go. We're going grand down to 5th. Grand champion first, being slapped. And she is doing the walk. Where are we going? Out of the Black Angus division, it is Mr. Cordell Morrison with Brooking Royal Lass 4207 is our grand champion female of our 2025 Young Ranchmans, receiving a check for $500 and a wrapped fridge. Now, we're going for a reserve. Out of the Charlotte division, our 2-year-old pair, and entry from 6 Mile Empress 813L, exhibited by Sloan Hertz, with baby at side, 6 Mile Emperor 365N. They will receive a fridge and a check for $300. Good job, Sloan. Now, 3rd overall. Out of the Angus division, the 2-year-old pair, Bar H, Miss Evergreen 43L with Bar H Vindicator 2N, exhibited by Taylor Mackey, was 3rd overall. Will receive 4th overall, goes to the Hereford division. Entry from Glen Lees, 112 Nuance 94M, exhibited by Emma Lees. And rounding out our top 5 is out of our Red Angus division, which is a mature cow. Red 6 Mile Miss Nirvana with Red CS Mr. Watonka 1N, exhibited by Shelton Graveler. Let's have a big round of applause. Everybody, safe travels home, and we'll see you same time next year, right here in 2026. Congratulations to all the juniors, everyone that was in the ring and outside watching. What a show, what a day, what a weather, and who has seen it this green and swift current in September except for this year. Thank you, safe travels. We'll see everybody again next September 2026. Last call, all these members that were out in the ring, as soon as you tie your cattle up, please come sign your thank yous at the tent behind us so that nobody's chasing anybody for money. Thank you, see everybody next year. As the old saying, safe trails. Happy trails, happy trails. I already messed it up. Thank you. As everybody's leaving, don't forget,